Yo, what's happening, everybody? Hook here. How's it going? Sorry about the lateness. I had to eat my dinner because it fun fact, chicken does not cook well in an hour. Yeah. So anyways, hi. Sorry about the lateness. Again. I'm a terrible, terrible streamer, should not stream again. Me who says this every stream and continues streaming no matter what. Even if I'm sick. Hi there, Dream. How's it going? What you doing? Ha, ba, 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 ba. We got a lot of people here. I don't want to say a lot of people, but quite a few people. I did not expect to see this many people here. Hmm. Just catching up on some stuff. There we go. It's going. It's going what? It's going great. It's going fine. We need more objectives. No, adjectives, verbs. Probably verbs. Probably the verbs and bees. But yeah, we're we are doing some stuff here. Oh geez. We're done now eating pizza. Oh. Hey, pizza? You're gonna give me a little bit of a bite, right? Right? You're gonna like just like give me all the pizza. Like all of it. You're gonna do that, right? Right. Huh? Why is my arm doing that? I don't know. I just like going to the side. I would share yes, all of it. You're gonna have to fight me for it. Oh, well. Let the battle commence over pizza. Sure. Sure. Anyways, I have not done the stuff I wanted to do today, so hopefully I can do the stuff today. Or tomorrow. Maybe. But yeah, that requires something have to do with today's stream. Maybe. Anyways, I almost forgot to mention about TwitchCon. So we had our driving situations happening. So there was 6 of us in a 5-seater car, right? And someone jokingly said, "Hey, let's put someone in the trunk." And I'm like, okay, put me in the trunk. And they're like, "Wait, you're serious?" Like, sure, I'm serious. So I climbed in the trunk, and I think Salvi said, "Wait, you're actually going in there?" It's like, yes. And then closed the door, made sure that I was actually comfortable in there. Did not want to go in there again because one, fear of getting rear-ended by, those crazy Californians. If it was, in a rural area, fine, but like in California, that's a little bit dangerous. And it was quite loud. I noticed he took a very sharp turn, which he mentioned about making a sharp turn. And then I went over, and then we got out. I was playing some music to subside the fact that there was a lot of noise in the back seat. It's not like it's made for passengers or anything. But yeah, we got there just fine, and then we went back, and I forgot what happened on our way back to the Airbnb, but I think we had like a different roundabout when someone actually sat in the on the floor this time, and I think it was up front for some reason. And then the next day we had someone else go in and sit in the trunk. And he said he would do it again, but his partner like did not want him to do it again. So we all like just throughout the entire TwitchCon events, we sat in the back. Neon was in the front because they were shortest. Alex was in the back seat with Fish on his lap. And then I was on the far left with Jen sitting square in the middle. It was quite an interesting dilemma, I guess you can say. What else? What else? I think that was about it. If I say anything, then I'll just speak up about it maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Oh wait, no, I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. That's my off day. But yeah. Anyways, let's go and play some Scorn, which I've not played before. And I made sure to actually get it working this time. Well, not this time. What is going on with my thing here? Hello? Alright, why is not? Wrong hand! There we go. Nope, it's not even working. Trying to make it so that it resets. That is super creepy. Is that our character? I looked away at the last second. Is that the Tower of Babel? I don't know anything about this game. Uh-oh. Oh. But I'll assume that we were human. I guess our whole thing is we were captured? Not captured. Like we were looking for something. 'Cause it looks like we are still human, maybe? Okay, no, we don't have clothes on, so maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what we are. Alright, the audio seems a little bit quiet for me. Unless it's me. Alright. I guess I can't enter there. It looks like I can run. In the trailers, it made it look like we were sluggish. No lights. Why does that look like a mouth? It goes, ooh. And that just looks like a mouth as well. Like, those are like the eyes. That's like the bridge of the nose. Like a horse face. Guess I'm limited on what I can see below me. Oh, it's a click. Oh, I was gonna say, that seemed a little dangerous. Hello? Is it a key? Stapled onto my hand. What am I doing? All right. No. No. One way in. No way out. What is this? I'm getting like Aliens vibes here, which I've never seen past the second movie. Their first or second movie. I guess I need a thing to put in said thing. But there are corpses in here. I think they're corpses. I don't know. What am I doing here? Alright, I need something else then. Or maybe not? Alright, so it seems like I do need something. What's the purpose of this? I know I have to bring something over here. What is this? A pile of corpses in one end of area. Oh. It's lit up for no reason. Locked. Darn. Alright, so I need something to keep this in place while having that open. Huh? What is going on? Does it have to go around? I'm not understanding. Oh, wait a minute. This is the tracks. What exactly is going on? Alright. Exiting out this. This is stupid. This is dumb. This is dumb and stupid. Will this bring it down? It did nothing! I am super confused. Does this go somewhere? Alright, it goes up. Oh, maybe this is where I need to go. Is this like a little train? Is this a train? Maybe not? So can't get out from there. Maybe this is the thing? Man, I have no clue what I'm doing. Wandered around aimlessly. Guess I'm not supposed to be here. I can't jump. Can't exactly do anything here. Yeah, I'm gonna go down. Why does that look like a face? When it's closed, it look like a sad frog almost. Do I need to connect these somehow? I'm not sure what this game wants me to do. Oh. Oh, okay. I think. So I put this like on track or something. And take it to either this way. Maybe not. Take it over here and probably over here. I would assume. Maybe split the track to here. Yeah, it seems like this is the way to go. Because I didn't see the chair there when I first played. I'm not understanding any of this. It says I can highlight that, the chair part. Right, this seems to be the right idea. Does someone move this chair? This does nothing. Can't go in there. I'm gonna give it a good 10 minutes until I switch games, because I am not understanding. Like, did I go the wrong way? This door is just perma-locked. Eh? Oh, alright. I guess I don't get to use that? I messed with those controls over there. What's this? Oh. Just another light thing. Hmm. Do I need to be over there? Scoop me. Maybe I use it over here? You know, if it actually gets there. Wait, is it? No, it's that stupid thing. Little massager, grinder, whatever you call it. And that's just not... That's just refusing to, like, just... be touched. Or be pushed. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. What do the guides say? Most of them are in languages I can't even read. No, I don't want puzzle 1, crane puzzle. I'm not even at that puzzle! What the fr- So wait, the thing I'm at is not a puzzle? Excuse me? I quit. I quit. I'm not playing this anymore. Yo, Hal, Halo Owl, how's it going, dude? Welcome on in. You're just in time of me not rage quitting, but just very low intelligence of this game. Let's just say. Welcome on in. Can we get a shout out for Halo? And Dara's here too. Okay, as soon as I put the game down, everyone just decides, hey, the horrors have left. And and it's time to join in. Okay, I see how it is. Hi, Dara. Look, I'm looking. Okay, making dumb merch. Grab snack and got to PC. Oh, excuses. And you're making dumb merch? I mean, it's probably good merch, honestly. Let's be real here. Freaking, you paired me up with cheese, too. And made her into... Well, I mean, she's always been a gremlin. I'm not saying it's dumb. I'm saying it's like... Want to see? Yes, I do want to see. Wait. Are you gonna be sharing a link here? I don't know if it's... Oh. Let me check that out. Your gift here. Wow! Oh my... Okay, yes. Okay, I need to... Wait a minute, hold on. Hold on. Hook. Are you taller than 5'6"? I'm looking for more turret. Yes, I am taller than 5'6". I can be taller than 5'6". What do you take me for? Oh, I need to position myself. There we go. Pepe said, "Oh, oh well. I am sorry." All right, let's see the beauty of this. Oh, and Karan's in a way. Look at this. So this is okay. So for context, I don't know if I don't know. I'm just gonna say allegedly, just to cover my own butt. VTubers' gifts have been thrown away by security or taken because of uh because they said there's bomb threats in the gifts, so they throw them in public trash. Hmm. 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 Yes. Makes sense. But yeah, this was a good one there, Halo. All right. If we're not going to be doing Scorn, there is a game that I do wanted to play, and it's an RPG Maker game. It's called Trenchface. I'm just going to put down games and demos. Now, so looking forward to playing Scorn. At least we can throw Key. Yeah, we can throw Key. And Shadow. We can definitely throw Shadow. Hey, Dara, would you like to throw Shadow first? Definitely won't backfire on you or nothing. Trenchface. Weird. W-E-I, not W-I-E. Down 10 would throw Shadow. Alright. Go right ahead. And then fire. Alright. It is your funeral. Or at least your hospital bill. Alright. Game first. Wow, okay, the music is... The game noise is rather fitting. It's just static. Wait, why isn't the game popping up? Excuse me? Trenchface, what are you doing? Pop open the game! It's because I have it on maximized. Is this what's happening? Let me try something. Yeah, you can hear the sound, but it's not... It's refusing to capture the game. We'll try it with Windows. There we go. expansion. Alright, the game got an expansion. I think a free expansion? I don't know. We'll go with the regular one. Specialize in close quarters combat, being the strong man in the group. Your profits from anger, reward, savagery, and behavior. You're a professional marksman. You're an expert in making the most from nothing. You're the least equipped in weaponry, but know how to recover fast, even critical injuries. Enough firepower to turn villages to ashes. Specialize in crowd control. Preservance of ammo. Lock after keeping the game. Is that a rat? Is that a deer? I guess we'll choose Raider. Yeah, let's just go with Raider. Once you choose your game mode. Yeah, let's do permadeath. Recommend mode for first-time players. Yes. Every soldier here was equipped with new respirators. Not like the ones we used before. These are more of an experiment. They use thin wires carefully placed to connect our face to the respirator, like sewing up a doll. We've seen soldiers get beaten for trying to remove them, even when they look desperate. Only one way to remove the mask is with these locks they have on the back. Locks? But they restrict us from forcefully removing them. Only our superiors get to carry the keys for that. Whether it was an oversight or not, the wires tend to tighten the contact. I'm still trying to get used to breathing in this. Then how do you eat? Or is that not the issue or something? There's a small village up ahead. In the woods near where we started digging in trenches, the residents were escorted out. Should be only medics, said, and the wounded there. If I can make it in time, I might get out this alive. I just need one of those keys. I can feel this mask failing me. Better not waste time. Those ropes coming up from the air, or whatever that is, I know they weren't there before. Can't see where it's coming from with all this fog. Save a game? Sure. Oh boy. I'm feeling a little bit of a lag here. That's weird. Oh, it's only for... Oh no, it's for both keys. Bandage. 5 remains. Okay. There you go. Is that better? It's at like 20. Jeez, it's still yellow. There, I put it down to at least under it. Hopefully that works. I should probably look in these barrels. Found a health syringe. Found 10 remains. C or SC. Item, weapon. I got no weapons. Used in combat for quick short recovery. Stop the bleeding. Line myself in case I forgot how to get out of here. Item. Nothing there. Skill. Make shotgun ammo. Make 1 reload's worth of shotgun ammo. Requires use of scraps. Primal focus on melee combat. Strength and defense are greatly increased. Double barrel, easy to aim with self-defense trench gun. Good for close quarters combat. Make Molotovs. Equip. Need to get this up. It's too late. Accessory. Nothing. Wait, what's the status say? Oh. On 10 remains. Are these remains just money? Guns. Guns are always better than knives. You can use them for crowd control, hitting limbs, otherwise too tall for you. Being guns, you also need to be sharp with your aiming. This requires timing for each shot. It will be less effective if you miss. Some guns are easier to use than others with different timings. Ammo, guns have a catch. Each time you shoot, you need to use bullets, reload your gun. No, really? Keep them loaded at all times. Bullets count as items. Crafting, you can craft items such as medkits or ammo. Each time you craft, you spend scraps. They're easy enough to find if you're looking. This is done with the currency of scraps or CS. Guard, obsolescent damage you'll take. It only works on basic attacks. Guards won't. Good to know. Stack of planks of wood. A supply bag showing how to ride tools. A lot of remains here. Anything up here? 10 remains. Oh. Is this the door? I guess it is the door. On a scrap pile. Oh, one. Did I get it? I guess I have, like, a lot of scrap now? Doesn't really tell me how much scrap, just know I can make a shotgun shell worth. A health syringe? Don't mind if I do. And there's that yellow door. Oh, cannot search the barbed wire. I'm losing my inner tracking. Oh, I guess there's more for those doors. Cow? Oh, I just collected cow leather from the cow. That's dead. First aid kit. Man, the soundtrack for this is something. Like, there's nothing. Hey, I found the red key. Found a hard helmet. Am I able to equip that? Optimize? Oh, it's for there. Okay, if I remove that, but I would have more agility. Might as well grab on the hard hat. I found more cow leather on the dead cow. What if... What if... What was that? Sounds like rope. I mean, makes it sound like it's rope. Hey, it's a white door. Should I be in here? Shop? Okay. A dagger. Club. Cargo bag. Increase capacity resource. Double the remains dropped by enemies. Already got that, so I could probably use these, but not right now. Spend 1 cow leather? Oh, this has Resident Evil like tendencies. Okay. Oh. All right. I guess I can't escape. Enemy emerged. Oh, I didn't realize I had to do something there. Oh, this is like Fear and Hunger's thing. Oh, really? Kick me? Yo, Stormy! Thank you for the 16 months in a row, dude. How's it going? Ow. My shit kicked in. Okay, stream elements don't be so dramatic. It's only 9. Oh, really? It's gonna be like that, huh? Oh, I'm almost dead. It's been going. We were playing Scorn earlier, but I didn't know where I was going, and the guy did not really help. So I'm playing another indie game. Oh, that's not where I want to hit. What? I just took some healing. Man, that hard hat did not work. So not going over there until I get more stuff, I guess. I was kind of secretly hoping the barrels would, like, refill. Alright, I think that's where the enemy is. Don't want to go over there. Okay, I think... Do I hear rope, or is that my own headphones? It's rotted. Let's say, I need to be taken to the doctor urgently. I write this in case someone comes in and sees me down there. I'm okay, I'm good to keep going, please send a medic. I'll sit by that corner. You gotta get this thing off me. I can't stand the pain anymore. Found 15 remains. This ammo box is full, pick it up. Found an ammo box. Item. Has one. Oh, okay. So it'd probably be good to actually at least use some form of firearm. So I just go over here. That's the yellow door, because there was a red door way over here, probably where the enemy is. Yep, I see him right in the corner there. Ah. Oh, really? And shoot me like that? What? Really? I just started, dude. Oh my god. The one enemy that I'm facing against, and it's taken a while for me to actually do this. Like, are you kidding me? Did I even equip? Oh, I didn't equip it. Okay, so that's probably the reason why my attacks were so flimsy. Oh, weird. Now they're kicking me. Now you're just 1 foot, dude. Okay, why is this much easier? Oh, I need to dismember this dude. Or not. Revolver bullets found. Alright, 74. Why am I red? A rifle. Why am I red? Item. Weapon. Bunker. I picked up a rifle. Oh, I guess it makes it a skill. The head is damaged, making aiming punishing. My note on recent experiences with this new gear. My fatigue has been significantly reduced ever since. I haven't even need for sleep these past few nights. My muscles don't even shake anymore from the weight of the rifle. I can keep watch as a sniper for as long as needed. I would like to request for new canisters be sent on the way. Send a higher dose this time. You've been starving me lately. Thank you. Okay, it seems like the masks are able to keep people, you know, indefinite combat. Similar to what Germany did in World War II. They were trying to find ways to keep soldiers awake. Huh. What's this? Oh, I can go up there. 5 remains. There's a new shop. I already have a cargo bag. Like, what was I thinking? I can't even do that. Well, looks like the weapons are for me only. I couldn't make new... Why am I red? Like, legit, why am I red? Found another scrap pile. Oh, it's 25. Item, revolver bullets. Yeah, but I don't have a revolver. Skill? Make Molotovs. I don't know much about these two. Aim self-defense, good for close quarters. I'll just make one of each, I guess. Hey, a first aid kit. I was so hoping there would be an enemy, like, right behind me when I was just reaching that little corner. Let's see. Item. Oh, jeez, it took his leg out. All right. Missed. Oh, stop with the shooting. Hooray. All right, what do I get? 15. That barrel looks like it should be, like, on top. And I can't reach to the middle part of it. Oh. Oh. That's quite interesting. Ooh. Yeah, but there's like some form of gun part. Might as well. Right. I'm gonna go shopping. I'm sure no enemies respawn now, right? I don't get it. I was white, now I'm red. Unless I was red before and wasn't even paying attention. Oh, what are you? Oh, you can go down the ladder. Scratch? Oh! Wait, what? That's an instant death? Well, that seems that seems a little unfair. Do I just guard? Like, what do I do about that? Oh, don't tell me he's gonna be coming over here. It's just looking at me. Trying to be in my own personal bubble here. Alright, screw it. Oh, did I? Oh, frick. Oh, I can't shoot anymore? Shoot. What do I do about that? Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? I can just walk past him like that? That seems a little absurd. Oh wait, there's a path here. A revolver. Now I got revolver ammo. Yep, don't want to deal with that dude. Am I even getting experience from this? A dead cow? Why here? Wait, how do I get up from here then? Really? Is this where I get the revolver? Yep. I was just not looking. So I needed to go down further. And away from this, enemy here. It's a very tough enemy. Yep, that seems to be the way to go. 5 remains. 10 remains. 5 remains. 5 remains. Any enemies here? A ladder? Shortcut? Yeah, shortcut. Five remains, 10 remains. Getting a lot of remains here. Found light boots. What I just get rid of? Nothing. Made more flex movement, chance to counterattack. Neat. No way to open those crates, right? Wait, where am I? Shotgun shells. Collect the scrap and then 5 remains. Okay, so the enemies are... Oh, I don't want to say dumb. Oh! Well, now. Trigger pull. Enough of the guns. Oh, this is my last bandage. I just got his gun. Skill? Revolver? Oh. I... Mmm. $83, thank you. $40 remains. The guns are just no joke. A yellow door? No, I wanted that. Give barrel. Give it. Give the barrel to me. Alright. You're just gonna be over there, right? Oh, time to face truth. Well. Well, how am I supposed to? What is this enemy? Like, if it can just insta kill you. Yeah, no, I'm done with this game. I don't want to play this anymore. I didn't think it was going to be that type of game where it has limited saves and then enemies that are quite difficult. Is that the right word? Quite difficult. I don't know. Quite challenging. Something I have to like scrape by. I don't really have any other games to play besides the ones I do need to. Well, not do need to. I mean, there's one other game, but I'm kind of waiting on that. Maybe on Thursday. Actually, no, not on Thursday. That's not even a horror game. What am I talking about? Then I was looking at Dead Island. It's like, yeah, I want to play that. I think it'll be better playing in a group. It's probably not that. Trying to find something that would be. I don't want to say quick. That's not the word I'm looking for. It ain't quick. I'm also looking at this game that I played earlier called Dream Logic, and I'm just over here thinking, oh yeah, Stream Logic, like my mod. And there was this game, but don't really want to deal with that. Lol. Yeah, I'm calling you out. Calling you out? No, that's not the word. All hail Queen Dream. Read the dream does. Wait, what is this game? I bought it earlier. It's like Killer Frequency. I don't know much about this game. I bought it. Looks like you're always on the thing. Oh no. And check the reviews. Ooh. Ah. No, that's gonna take a while. Yeah, that's 20 gigabytes. Still trying to figure out a game. Why is Parapetia? Well, I guess it's considered a horror game, maybe. Not Scar Ritual, even though, but that's like 20 gigabytes as well. Like, how's Scar Ritual 20 gigabytes and Sons of Horus is 14? Or 15, who knows? Playing transmissions? Oh, I played that. Duh. I played through that. Well. What do you guys think? What do you think we should do? Play another game, or should we just go to a just chatting? Because that's what we're kind of doing right now. Just doing a little bit of just chatting here and there. You don't seem to be in the gaming mood. I guess. I mean, there was like 2 game just chatting or video watch. I mean, we could do video watching. If you like. I mean, I did put some stuff on, which aren't really accurate of today's standards, but whatever. Today's standards. What am I talking about? I guess we'll do some just chatting. Let me update that. What? Why did you? It was on just chatting. Why? Why would you change it? How dare you? Oh, I need to see this one. Bro, just chatting or video watching? Wait, why am I connecting to chat? What the frick? Was I just offline? It said I was... Oh, what the frick? You broke it. Are we gonna watch stupid horror videos again? Like, those are my favorites. I was actually thinking about it. I was thinking about that. It's like, do we want to watch some dumb horror videos? Yes, yes, we are. And I need to, well, hide my... Well, it's not really hiding my bookmarks. Like, I don't really care what you see in my bookmarks. It's like, it's just... It's not sus. Corin, don't look at me like that. Yeah, turn around. Turn around, you freak. You freak! Actually, I do need to check something real quick. Ooh. Hold on a moment. Hold on. Actually, I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. There was a commission that was happening, and I decided to. I had to like confirm something, so now we're back. Windows capture. Yeah. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. It's like, oh no, you went into my other site, like Blue Sky or something. Oh, look, our people are already talking about the horrible TwitchCon situation that happened. Did you know about that? I mean, it's kind of hard not to know when other people have been, you know, talking about it like all the time. Playlist. Um, I mean, there's some stuff over here. That was truly horrible on Twitch's part. Like, which one are we talking about here? There's like a couple of handfuls of them. Are we talking about the Emiru situation? Are we talking about the gifts being thrown away or taken by security staff? Emiru. Yep. Yep. And people are siding with this attacker. Like allegedly they're well, I have to say allegedly, but allegedly they're siding with this attacker because of the fact that she is rich. Like filthy rich, yada yada yada, can like take a plane over to wherever in like the afternoon type of rich. I mean, who cares if they're rich? Assault is assault and it should not be taken lightly. Like the person who did the assaulting should be charged. End of story. The presence I kind of heard about, but poor Emiru Twitch let her down big time, and it could have been so much worse. Yeah, it could have. And you know what's worse about that? The fact that when Twitch excuse me. I'm trying to get my head. When they banned her bodyguard, because it's not a security guard, it's more like a bodyguard. People have to they would have to think about what they're saying. So really, are you serious? Like biggest streamers? Yeah. So what's going on here is people are mistaking security guard for bodyguard, and I don't know anything about bodyguards, but security guards are not allowed to, hold the person hostage. They're not supposed to hold the people that are doing the crimes. Their only job is to observe and report. That's it. If they do any sort of touching with the other person, they could get in some serious trouble, and the company will have no choice but to fire them. People don't understand what a security guard actually is. And people like me being a security guard, I know what it's like. You're not supposed to be doing that. Now, what people are mistaking is bodyguards, and now I don't know what a bodyguard is. This is what I'm talking about. This is what Emiru probably meant is a bodyguard, and they gave him a security guard. And security guards aren't supposed to be doing that. End of story. Like legit end of story. Fun fact, huh? Ba, 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 ba. I've never met a security guard that was hired that could not put hands on someone. Not like beat them up or restrain them, but that's all he did. That was hired, not wait, never met a security guard that was hired that could not put hands on someone. Yeah, you're not supposed to. I don't know what security guards you've met, but the ones that I work for are not supposed to. Now, I don't know what other policies are other security guards, but the ones I work for are not supposed to be doing that. And I would assume that would go for other big time security guards. Security places. But I'm just saying, like that's what I hold on a moment. Actually, hold on. What is the difference between a security nope, guard and a bouncer, bodyguard. From the AI perspective, a bodyguard provides personal close protection for a specific individual, while a security guard protects a location such as building or event and the people within it. The main difference lies in focus, duties, and training. Bodyguards have specialized skills like advanced threat assessment, strategic planning, and defensive driving, whereas security guards focus on access control, surveillance, and general safety. Let's see, bodyguard, safety specific individual or small group. Uh, basic. Oh, what are bodyguards not allowed to do? Operate specific legal boundaries. They cannot conduct searches without consent or impersonate law enforcement. Their primary function is to protect property and assets, not to investigate crimes. Use excessive force, handcuff, or hold in a cell. So that's what security guards are. So it seems like it goes for all of them. Okay, so are you security guarding inanimate objects or person? Because the security guard for a person, people hired, keep people safe at events. Yes. Um we're essentially we'll try to block people from not entering. I it's a really weird cause because security guards in general are there to like prevent people from, going into a place. And if they do go into a place, they need to call police. That's essentially it. Because we're not police officers. Security guards are not police officers. They just they have the same rights as a person. That's it. We don't hold anybody until police arrives. We don't contact with other personnel unless it's reasonable. But then again, when I say reasonable, I mean there was like, oh, fun fact. So this story I heard, this dude uh got fired from the security guard business because someone laid hands on him and pushed them away so that oh, your cape is bothering me, Kern. What the heck? There you go. Okay, so as I was saying, uh, so the guard pushed them off them because they were getting in their face and grabbing a hold of their clothes. So he pushed them off them, and then the next day, they got fired because they pushed them away. And on camera, it shows them that they were being assaulted. Now, if it wasn't for that camera, they would probably gotten sued, but they didn't get sued. So they had no choice but to fire him. And yeah, sucks. So that's the reason why security guards are treated with that's essentially why. Because they could easily get fired for stuff that seems like they should be, you know, doing their job when they shouldn't be doing that job. I swear, I'm gonna put a video out for this, just discussing this. Anyways, um, let's just go away from the conversations and let's do something okay. Let's see. Here's this one video with reading, ranking every classic creepypasta. I don't know much about that one. I was gonna watch this one and have my react, but like this is an hour and a half. The more I think about it, the hotter I get. Let's watch some stupid horror videos. You know what? Let's watch some stupid horror videos.
Hello everyone, my name is Sir Spooks, and today we'll take a look at 11 scary videos. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to my channel for more scary content. Alright, with that said, let's begin.
Number 11.
The first clip we're looking at today comes from a TikTok user named Keely. The footage was recorded inside her home in the middle of the night, most likely by a security or home surveillance camera. For the first few seconds, everything seems perfectly calm, but that doesn't last long. Pay close attention to the staircase.
All right. There's a man emerging from the shadows.
It's subtle, but if you look carefully, you can make out the shape of someone or something slowly creeping up Keely's staircase. It's the kind of moment you might miss at first glance.
Wait a minute. Do you think this is someone who is living in your home? I don't know what they're called. They're not squatters, but they live in your home. Like secretly. I don't know what to call that. But do you think that's what it is? It's not some spooky thing. Unless it is, because this is all the footage we get.
But once you see it, it's hard to unsee. The video was posted 3 years ago, and there haven't been any updates since. Whether Keely ever found out what was going on, or simply decided to leave, we can only hope she's somewhere safer now. Personally, if I saw this on my camera, I'd be sleeping with the lights on, or not sleeping there at all.
Where's the rest of the footage? No, seriously, where's the rest of the footage? Because if it just ends here, then I call BS on this. Like, where's the rest?
In folklore, staircases are often seen as liminal spaces, thresholds between different realms or states of being. Many ghost stories involve figures silently ascending or descending stairs, as if retracing the steps of their former lives. One of the most famous examples is the Brown Lady of Raynham Hall, captured in a 1936 photograph, gliding down a staircase in England. The ghostly figure's translucent form has become one of the most iconic paranormal images in history, cementing the idea of staircases as prime stages for supernatural encounters.
Alright, buddy.
Was it a trespasser, a trick of the shadows, or something more otherworldly climbing those steps? Either way, it's deeply unsettling.
I'm sure that's just edited footage. This is not it.
On July 28, 2025, a woman named Mercy Herbert posted a TikTok that'll make you think twice before turning off the lights tonight. According to Mercy, the footage was actually filmed by her friend Karina, who sent it over hoping Mercy might have an idea of what was going on. In the video, we get a look inside Karina's living room, and it doesn't take long for things to get strange.
Friends sent me this over this weekend. It's the middle of the night. It's in her living room. I don't know what to think. So there's a shadow in the corner, and it just kind of glides off. But that's not the craziest part. Her TV is auto set to turn off, so nothing paranormal there. This is what's weird. Who was that? What was that? There's just someone there. Just appears. There's nobody in this house that looks like that. And if someone broke in, you would have seen it. It's just, it appears and then it disappears. I don't know, you guys. I'm sufficiently spooked. So
What are you talking about?
In the corner of the room, a dark shadowy figure seems to be lurking. Its shape isn't sharply defined, but it's there. The
Oh,
video
I see
ends
it.
with Mercy admitting she has no idea what's happening and hoping someone online can offer Karina answers.
Are you sure it's just not pixelated to all heck?
Shadow figures like this are a staple of paranormal lore. They're often described as silent, watchful presences that linger in corners or doorways. Just as the
Alright.
shadowy figure reported in bedrooms and living rooms while so standing in that corner, watching.
I'm not dealing with the whole reach for the whole reach description. It's like, oh, it must be this. Like, yeah, okay, buddy.
Back in 2022, TikTok user Jody Jam posted a video while working a shift inside a 100-year-old movie theater. What was supposed to be a normal day quickly turned strange when she
1920s.
began noticing something unusual happening nearby. She explains that she started recording to show her director, who doesn't believe in ghosts, because she'd already heard a door slam twice. And then it happens again.
What?
Since when does it do this? I just heard the door slam like 2 times and then... My eyes are tearing. Oh my god. What the heck?
The large, heavy door suddenly swings open entirely on its own. Jody points out that nothing else in the building was open, no windows, no exterior doors, so a draft didn't seem likely. Toward the end of the clip, it gets even stranger.
Oh, does it now?
Hello? Close the door.
Come on. Close the door.
Hello? Oh my god. Oh my fucking
It closes door.
Somebody's playing a joke on me.
Just like before, the door moves again, this time closing by itself. Jody wonders aloud if someone might be playing a trick on her, but given the weight of the door and the lack of anyone nearby, that explanation doesn't seem convincing either.
Are we sure it's just not some dude with like a stick on the other side? And he keeps saying like large heavy door, but like, is it actually heavy?
In a follow-up video, Jody walks through the doorway to show the room on the other side. Nothing creepy happens in that clip, but it confirms there weren't any open windows or obvious environmental causes for the door's movement. Whether it was a hidden mechanism, subtle building pressure changes, or something less explainable, the incident remains a neat little mystery.
I'm sure it's nothing. It's either a prank or maybe it is the pressure differences. Who
On
knows?
September 3rd, 2024, a TikTok user known as Kubukoi posted a video to their account which sees them laying
Wait. Is that a cat? A cat head on a bumblebee?
in bed for the night and simply trying to relax. But as you're about to see, they were unable
Kitty.
to do so.
Hello?
Kubukoi lays in bed, and their adorable pet kitty is seen in the room as well, when out of nowhere, a mysterious series of knocking noises can be heard coming from the other side of the bedroom door. The uploader is understandably confused by this, and proceeds to get out of bed and investigate. He then opens up the door, and what he finds on the other side is shocking.
Hello?
The door directly across from him is slightly ajar before some unseen presence closes it.
That's not
Kubikoi
slightly.
stands there in silence for a few seconds before eventually going back to his room. A second video was later posted by Kubikoi, in which he explains that he has been sleeping on the couch because he's just too scared to be inside of his bedroom, which is very valid. He then says that this night he kept hearing some voices coming from the room, so he decided to investigate. As he slowly creeps his way into the bedroom, this happens.
I'm hearing voices coming from there. The last like 20 minutes.
One of Kubikoi's shirts is seen
Oh.
hovering in midair.
Alright,
before
Stormy,
suddenly
have a
drops to
good
the
one.
floor. Is it possible that some sort of spirit was in this room going through his clothes? And if so, why? Maybe this video proves that even ghosts are into fashion.
That's kind of hard to really explain. Unless it's like 3D, like CGI'd. I don't know much about this thing. Unless they use a fish hook.
The next clip comes from the ever-popular UFO subreddit, a community dedicated to discussing all things unidentified in the skies. This footage was uploaded by user Soul Reaver and filmed at 3:13 AM on August 28, 2025 in Bathurst, New Brunswick, Canada. And right away, it's clear this isn't your average late-night skywatching video.
My videos, you should see the picture I got on here.
Because you can enlarge it right there, right?
Oh yeah.
So, you don't see what it is with the enlargement?
It just looks like a ball. Come see it on my phone.
What if it's a meteorite?
Oh, where to go?
Too bad I don't have my binoculars with me.
Yeah,
I got a strong pair of binoculars. No, you can't
that's
see
giving off a lot of light.
Yeah. Camera. Is it camera or video?
I don't know what else to think of it.
Camera. Camera and then...
It's just a thing. Is it a UFO? I don't think so. Drone?
Far in the
It could
distance,
be.
a bright stationary
I didn't
light
think
can
about
be seen
that.
hovering over the bay, and it immediately grabs the videographer's attention. In the post, they explain, "The highest building in our city is roughly 100 to 150 feet maximum, and this thing is above the bay, possibly over the ocean, so it's definitely flying. The light was a lot brighter, but less foggy in person. It should have made my eyes squint or at least water, but I could stare right into it as if it was some other technology of light. The phone made it seem dimmer and harder to see the exact shape." End quote. Some commenters suggested the light could belong to a lighthouse, but the uploader quickly dismissed that idea, insisting the position and brightness didn't line up. Others speculated about drones, flares, or aircraft with unusual lighting.
Yo,
Skeptical
Taiyu!
explanations aside, the way the witness
What's up,
describes
dude?
the light's unusual intensity and clarity touches on a common theme in modern UFO reports. Sightings where the light behaves unlike conventional technology, often described as clean, cold, or unnaturally uniform. Similar descriptions have appeared in famous cases like the Phoenix Lights and more recent military pilot encounters. Whether this is a genuine unidentified aerial phenomenon or something more down to earth,
I think it's
undeniably
man-made.
a striking piece of footage.
Someone could have like put a bunch of like high-powered flashlights, strapped them to the drone, and start spinning them around for like an hour.
In November 2024, TikTok user Win McPix posted what begins as a wholesome video of his dog Charlie enjoying the day, but things take a dark turn quickly. At around the 10-second mark, keep an eye
Stormy had
just
to
above
leave
the
before seeing the
windows.
dog. Think we cross paths IIRC. Wait, what's IRC? I think it's like in real life. Anyways, yeah, it's good to meet you, dude. How's it going? I don't really remember much on, if I recall correctly. Is it during TwitchCon? If it is, my mind is not. Oh, gotcha. So it is from TwitchCon. Probably. I don't know. It's like I said, like there was so many people I met from the VTuber meetup to the streamers, developer meetup to DJ meetup. It's all good. There were many people. They were many people. And I put down my cards down, or excuse me, my business cards down. Do you recall a spinning fish? That's you! I remember. Yeah, I remember. I do recall a spinning fish, but like the more people I meet, the more I'm like, okay, I can only remember names now, apparently. Yeah, how's it going? We're just watching some videos. Glad you can show up and make your acquaintance. Acquaintance.
What are you seeing? Something's been spooking him. He's jumping around. This dude. What are you seeing? Why don't you back up? Charlie. I know. Calm down.
No, the ghost lady is like crawling around
A
walls.
strange
Do not
black
see
shadow
it.
suddenly darts from left to right, followed by a sound coming from the hallway.
This dude.
Charlie instantly starts barking, clearly disturbed, while the uploader tries to figure out what's wrong. Roughly 30 seconds later, things end.
Nice nights. It's good to make the rounds as it were. I shall be lurking. All right, dude. You enjoy your lurk. And thank you for stopping by.
Escalate.
Should we go, Bubba? You tell me when it's time to go. Because I don't know what you're looking at, but when we need to go, you let me know, buddy. What's freaking you out, bub?
Two separate black shadows appear. One briefly passes in front of the window, while another is visible deeper in the hallway. The uploader doesn't seem to notice any of this, continuing to question Charlie's behavior.
Yo, hi,
Then
Ivy
comes the
Drawn.
most
How's it
chilling
going?
part.
You leave when we gotta go. As soon as you walk out, I'll be right behind you.
If you listen carefully, a low whispering voice can be heard saying, "Get out."
Oh, I heard it.
It seems to happen right inside the home, yet the uploader doesn't react, suggesting he didn't hear it at the time. Charlie's instinctive reaction adds a layer of unease here. Animals are often said to be more sensitive to their surroundings, and while skeptics might attribute that to subtle noises or shadows we overlook, the timing between Charlie's barking and the apparitions is hard to ignore. As for the whispers, explanations range from audio pareidolia, our brains interpreting random noise as speech, to someone outside the frame speaking quietly. Still, paired with the moving shadows, it creates a seriously unsettling scene. I can only imagine the shock of reviewing that footage later on and hearing a disembodied voice whisper, "Get out." Hopefully, Charlie and his owner have since found some peace, and maybe a less haunted place to live.
Yeah. It's a fly. That's what I thought at first. It might be a fly. Might be like the effects going around. It could be. Honestly, it could be the effects.
TikTok user FreshGuyM1 posted a video that might just keep you awake at night. The footage was filmed in September of 2025 in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and shows the uploader peering out his window one evening. Across the street, something strange seems to be happening inside a nearby house.
Are we sure it's not some dude who... Wait, what the heck is happening there?
Yo, could you see that in the window?
Are we sure that this isn't some sort of live stream?
Through the window, a figure dressed entirely in black can be seen moving around as another person appears to be lying on the floor. The uploader speculates that the black
Okay, it's not entirely black. He's wearing, like, what looks like bluish green pants.
clad figure could either be the Grim Reaper or some kind of satanic presence. To make matters worse, the entire time, loud, pained screams echo from inside the house, creating an incredibly unsettling atmosphere. The comments on the video are sharply divided. Some viewers suggest a far more grounded explanation, perhaps someone with special needs experiencing a meltdown while their family tried to help. Others question why the uploader didn't call 911 if they were genuinely concerned, rather than filming from afar. Whether this was an unfortunate real-life incident missing.
So we got the we got the sighting of the specific house. I wonder if anyone actively went to check what this house actually is. You know, with the whole, oh, there's clouds in the sky kind of method.
Interpreted through a lens of fear, or something genuinely bizarre unfolding across the street. It's undeniably chilling footage. The black-clad figure's still looming presence against those screams gives the scene a nightmarish, almost ritualistic quality, like something pulled straight out of a horror film. So what do you think? A tragic misunderstanding, or something far more sinister lurking behind that window?
I don't think it's really much. It sounds like it's more grounded. I don't think it's the Grim Reaper or something.
Over on Instagram, a user named Palmy Dillon posted a video in mid-June that captures a truly unsettling late-night encounter in the Australian outback. Driving down a deserted road in the dead of night, everything seems quiet until headlights reveal something unexpected in the distance.
Whoa. Wait, do you think it's his friend?
Seen way too many horror movies for this shit. Oh, you're a psycho, mate.
Standing right in the middle of the road is a lone figure, completely still, facing the approaching car. The uploader slows down, clearly startled by the eerie sight. Instead of reversing or turning back, he decides to keep driving forward, passing the figure slowly. At one point, he even rolls down his window to swear at the stranger.
Why would you roll your window down?
Speeding off into the night. Thankfully, the figure doesn't appear to react or become violent, but the situation could have escalated very differently. Some commenters suggest the person might not have been a person at all. One theory is that it could have been a mannequin, placed there to make drivers slow down.
You know what? That's actually funny. That's actually funnier than what I had. Just place a mannequin on the... Actually gives me good ideas.
Remote stretches of road like this are inherently unsettling, isolated, pitch black, and far from help. Encounters like this feel ripped straight out of a horror movie, echoing the kind of moments where something terrifying could happen at any second, even if it doesn't. Here's hoping the uploader never crosses paths with that mysterious figure again. Over on TikTok, a woman named Dakota shared a chilling story that spans several unsettling events in her home. She explains that a couple of years ago, when her daughter was around 10 months old, she began to suspect that her baby was talking to someone,
Huh?
or something, that wasn't actually there. Friends and family reassured her that it was just a normal stage of childhood development and that she'd grow out of it. But then, the toys started acting up.
The toys. How come your dog isn't staring at the toys like any other animal?
Dakota captured footage of one of her daughter's toys going off by itself. She posted it to Facebook, looking for answers, but people brushed it off, so she tried to do the same. But the activity didn't stop. One day, while breastfeeding her baby in her bedroom, a bowl suddenly flew off a shelf. At first, she tried to rationalize it, thinking it might have been the upstairs neighbors making noise. But her two dogs immediately reacted, running toward the disturbance. Around this time, Dakota's daughter also began experiencing intense night terrors. She'd wake up around 2 a.m. screaming, "Get away from me," over and over, and nothing could calm her down. About a year later, when Dakota was expecting her second child, the toy activity returned and intensified. She describes how one toy, which was supposed to say the names of colors, instead began emitting eerie laughter. It scared her so badly that she threw it out immediately. But the next day, a different toy malfunctioned. Then another the next day, and so on for 6 days straight.
Mountain, tornado teller, and permanent arrest, sweeping in pile stuff, but it would flip on our bin. Okay.
She filmed one of these incidents and showed it to her sister, along with the earlier clip of the bowl flying off the shelf.
Are you sure the bowl flying off shelf isn't, you know, attached to a piano wire or something?
While watching the footage, Dakota's sister asked a chilling question. Who's that?
Wait a minute. Hold on. There's something right here. Y'all see it? Watch. There's a hand. Looks like a hand. And it just makes it fall down. Now, either this is a ghost hand or someone knocked it down because there's a hole on the other side. I'm thinking the latter.
Dakota describes the figure that appears in the background as a demon baby. Her real baby was bald at the time.
Oh, that thing? Isn't that another? I thought it was another dog. I saw that earlier in...
But the figure seemed to have hair. She also points out 3 separate areas of pixelation in the
Are you sure that's not just a dog?
video, which she believes could indicate 3 separate entities.
So here's my dog Callie on the couch. Here's Titan on the couch. Sorry if it's a little bit off. Pixelation right here. Then there's pixelation right here, hovering above the baby crib. and then it'll come over and there's pixelation, and you can see the actual figure standing here and a hand shove off this bowl. Then as the bowl falls back over here in the baby crib, this demon baby.
I'm gonna be honest here. Right now, it looks like a raptor with hair on it. But I'm sure that's another dog, and this is just a very, very well done scam.
Toy malfunction, unexplained movement, children's night terrors, and eerie figures on camera. This story ticks nearly every box for a classic haunted house narrative. Of course, skeptics might suggest electrical interference, faulty toys, or compression artifacts creating strange shapes on video. But to those who've experienced similar patterns, Dakota's story will sound chillingly familiar. So what do you make of this one? Cascade of coincidences, or family haunted by unseen guests?
Number 2.
A Reddit user named LuckyInternet6015 shared a chilling encounter on Paranormal Encounters that might make you think twice before turning out the lights tonight. He explains that one evening, as he was laying in bed preparing to sleep, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his chest, a sensation often described in sleep paralysis experiences. Gripped by unease, he grabbed his phone and started recording the room. At the time, he didn't notice anything unusual, but when he reviewed the footage later, he was horrified. A dark, shadowy figure can be seen lingering in the corner of the room, watching silently as he films. The figure's stillness and shape are unmistakable. This wasn't just a trick of light or a passing shadow. Encounters with so-called shadow people
Are we sure it's
are
not
some
his
of the most
hand?
commonly reported nighttime phenomena, often
Because he just woke up, and so it might be like a foot or something, or his hand that might have blocked it on accident. He didn't realize it since he, half asleep.
tied to experiences of sleep paralysis. Among these figures, one stands out in particular: had a shared hallucination or something in between. These figures are known for instilling. This was the only time that any.
Yeah, I don't care. Alright,
Over
Dream.
on TikTok, a user named Jabrik Fondi, who works as an EMT,
Oh, this ought to
shared
be
a chilling
fun.
story from one of his shifts, saying he'd never experienced anything like it in all his time on the job. According to him, he and his team were driving back to base late at night when he glanced up at the rearview mirror of the ambulance and saw a face staring back at him. Despite being terrified, he knew he had to approach the ambulance to turn off the engine or risk being stranded. So with his heart racing, he decided to go back and check.
I need to turn this engine off though, cause like, we're gonna be stranded out here.
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Oh, shit.
Thank you.
Hey, on it, quick. No. I don't know if you see it, but can y'all see that back door? Like, it just, oh shit.
I would love to
Like,
see it the
just flew
pixels didn't.
open, like, can y'all, oh. Nah, what the?
I would love to not count the pixels.
Nah, hell no. That, nah. Can y'all see it? Nah,
Was
hell
that someone
no.
just looking
That,
back?
Nah.
What happens next is genuinely unsettling. Whether it was a trick of the light, a reflection, or something far more inexplicable, it clearly shook him to his core. It's a good reminder that paranormal encounters can happen anywhere, on the road, at home, or even on the job. Next time you're working late, just imagine catching something like that staring at you through a mirror.
It's weird how this thing is being overlayered on top of the windows. Because, like, it goes from here to here and it stops. It never goes here because I was looking to see if this is covered in the shadow, but it's not. So I feel like this is more of a well-timed thing.
And that was 11 scary videos. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, then subscribe for more scary content.
Sure, I did know about that. First time getting a death threat via video title. Sarah's dumbass so runs up the basement at 43 years old. Number 3, just 3 dogs on a couch had moved. His dog just confused. Oh, good. Okay, I was about to say, like, wait a minute. Why did I open that up? Because I should have known better. Alright, let's look at this AI slop destroying the internet.
Our 12,026 human era calendar just dropped, and this year is extra special. Stay tuned until the end
what
for
the
the
frick?
reveal, or head
What is with this? I thought I'd get... What? I thought I'd get to, like, look down here, not scroll through videos. The heck? This is my Kurgnas in a nutshell. I can't read that.
straight to the shop to get yours. AI slop is saturating the internet, and things are becoming dramatic pretty quickly. In an online world where money is made with attention, fake users spread their slop in review sections, generate fake traffic, or poison discourse. AI has supercharged this and made slop much harder to spot. Today, about half of internet traffic is bots, the majority of them are used for destructive purposes. It's never been easier to make mediocre content, from the black hole of meaninglessness that is LinkedIn, low-effort short videos just engaging enough to hypnotize kids and fry their attention spans, to endless, soullessly rewritten books on Amazon. AI music is
what? They put books on Amazon? That is... Wait, hold on, what?
Spans to endless, soullessly rewritten books on Amazon.
Oh, come on. I shouldn't be surprised about this.
AI music is invading streaming platforms. Google AI is summarizing websites instead of sending traffic to them. On YouTube, new channels publish long-form videos multiple times a week with AI-generated thumbnails, voices, and scripts. True crime, video essays, science, no space is safe. We're in the golden era of soulless slop. And sadly, actual creative human work is used to train these AI models. Every Reddit comment, original YouTube video, or human drawing on DeviantArt has been sold out to the AI companies, or straight up stolen by them, without attribution or payment to the actual creators. Creative theft on a scale where it's impossible to protect against it, already putting loads of creatives' work in danger, so AI companies can get rich. While this is sad and frustrating, what's even worse is that generative AI truly has the potential to break the internet irreversibly, by making it harder and harder to tell what's true.
Yeah, but then there's images that will that AI will take that will break specifically AI. So when you generate something, it won't generate properly and it will poison it.
At first, AI looked great. A Kurzgesagt script starts with basic research that's turned into a script and then fact-checked in depth by 2 to 3 people. We try to confirm our info with what we deem trustworthy, ideally first-hand sources, ideally papers. Then we get 1 to 3 experts for input and critique. Fact-checking and compiling our sources alone takes around 100 hours per video. Of course, we make mistakes or oversimplify, and you can disagree with our conclusions. It's unavoidable. We're only human after all. But it is fair to say that our process is extensive, and after a decade, we know what we're doing. When AI appeared, we were very excited. A mechanical brain able to super quickly collect information. So we went to work, and it looked amazing. And then we started fact-checking. We didn't expect it to be perfect, but it was way worse than we thought. Confidently incorrect. AI is so bad at this. We'll summarize and generalize our experiences over multiple projects and months condensed into one fake project. A video about why brown dwarfs are the worst and should be ashamed of themselves.
What? Don't be messing around with brown dwarfs. They did nothing wrong.
So, we got all the pro accounts of all the AI models and got to work, using deep research tools to create a summary and overview of all the information about the failed stars brown dwarfs. And wow, it was great! Dozens of pages of outlines with unique information nuggets and links to sources. Then, we started to look deeper. More than 80% of the info and factoids were pretty solid, and we could reconstruct where they were from: Wikipedia, papers, legit articles. What about the rest? It was great stuff, like the speed of brown dwarf superstorms, the nature of their insides, or how disappointed their mums are. But we couldn't find where the AI got this info from, which is not automatically a bad sign. After all, the models contain pretty much all the internet and books ever written. So we asked experts for input, and they flagged the exact same facts, even asking where we found it. To fulfill its goal to make us happy, the AI had invented or extrapolated information to make brown dwarfs more interesting than they really are. Like a bad journalist making up details to make a story hit harder or fit a narrative.
So, AI is trying to make it so that whatever fact they are trying to fulfill for people who ask is not what they wanted to. Excuse me. Whatever fact they have isn't correct, right? So they're trying to please the people that are making said request. And if they can't find it, they will make something up. I mean, I guess AI is much of a people pleaser, but that's a reason why AI is not that great when it comes to this stuff. Because it wants to please and it'll just make something up. Kind of like how they tried to use this, try to use it in a court. And it started making up, evidence and stuff, and it was not great at court stuff.
Now we wanted to know more and dove in deeper, reading the seemingly more solid sources the AI had given us in full. One was an article from a news site written by a human journalist. Or was it? It had a very familiar structure and, surely purely coincidentally, read like what you get if a human slightly changes AI wording. An AI essay detection tool gave it a 72% match, so an AI article without sources used as a credible source for AI research. Which makes sense, since in 2025 there were already well over 1,200 confirmed AI news websites publishing massive amounts of AI-generated misinformation and false narratives. This mix of correct, dubiously sourced and straight-up made-up information also leads AI to present really shoddy conclusions that sound strong or novel but are often half-truths or misrepresentations. Oh well, we salvaged what we could and went back to the drawing board. And after a few weeks, it happened. By pure stupid chance, we saw a brown dwarf video popping up by a relatively new channel. It had hundreds of thousands of views and was pretty good, nice footage, great editing. But we'd seen the structure and rhythm before, and would you look at that? It contained all the brown dwarf facts we'd flagged as unreliable or straight up made up by AI. This is where the death of the internet begins. Now, there's a proper source of brown dwarf misinformation online. When the next AI repeats the same research, it will find a transcript from a video with a lot of views. The misinformation is now true. It will spread. Even before AI, it was pretty hard to find the origin of facts that sound great but are not true. Just watch our video about a 100-year-old lie. As AI use goes on, it may become impossible to know what's true or not. The most corrosive lie. The problem with AI is how trustworthy it seems, how it's correct enough to seem super smart, and how incredibly confidently incorrect it is. Casually lying to your face, often very subtly. When you catch it lying, it immediately admits it, vows to never do it again, and then it does it again. As eloquent as current language models feel, there's nobody home. No greater intelligence or consciousness is talking back to you. Current AI.
Yeah, that's why I use it as something to bounce off of. I don't want its ideas. I want something to, you know, like bounce off and give me some like not ideas, but more like, is this a good idea? Will this offend anybody, sort of thing? And me being me, like I think through doing this and that, like, yeah, I like there's a lot of stuff that I need to like bounce off ideas. And that's what a freaking AI should be as a tool. It's not something to be used as, you know, writing something. Like this is not right. This is like, it should not have any sort of social tools that, you know, for like therapy, because like let's be honest here, there's been people who I think ended themselves because of, you know, oh, if you did this, then you will totally go to Valhalla or something like that. Like, an AI is an AI. It does not right now, it does not feel pain, does not feel remorse or anger, and will not stop until it has answered all the questions it made up.
Is a very complex hammer that doesn't understand what it's doing or what nails are. But we're letting it add new shelves to the library of human knowledge. AI is changing quickly, so this may get better, but right now, it's pretty grim. Way too many.
I just opened stream. Are you torturing AI? What are you talking about? No, I was saying AI should be used as a tool. Right now, we're talking about AI slop on the internet and how it's gaining its facts by making it up, mostly.
People blindly trust AI. Studies looked into the language of millions of scientific papers published before and after the rise of large language models. They found an abrupt and sharp increase in the frequency of words that AIs like to use. So it seems clear that now a significant portion of papers have been at least assisted by AI, usually without acknowledgement. And just in July 2025, it was discovered that a number of researchers had started to sneak hidden messages into their papers, in white text.
Yeah, the classical source I made a fuck up. Yeah, that's what AI is doing right now.
Or too small for the human eye, they prompted AIs to review them positively and not point out flaws. As more and more people are using AI carelessly, the library of human knowledge is getting less and less reliable. Which brings us to the last part: how are we using AI? And will Kurzgesagt survive the AI slop age? Will AI slop kill Kurzgesagt and artists? On the internet, there's only one truly valuable resource: human attention. If current trends continue, it's not that far-fetched that cheap slop content, stuff just good enough, will soak up the majority of human attention. It could make us dumber, less informed, our attention spans even worse, increase political divides, and make us neglect real human interaction. If AI eats the majority of the attention pie, channels like ours will become unfeasible, or forced to downsize or use AI themselves to be able to compete. We don't want to play this game. How will we use AI? Like the Align tool in Adobe Illustrator. If you have a bunch of boxes and you want to line them up, you can do this manually one by one. or you can just select them, click Align, and have them perfectly aligned in an instant.
Exactly.
It's the same with AI programming tools for animation or using it as a faster Google alternative. AI is a helpful tool, but the creativity and integrity is still ours.
Exactly. That's what I'm here for. Everyone's saying AI is like should never existed. Blah, blah, blah. Like I call AI tools right now because that's all they can do right now. If they can think for themselves, like that's a whole another story. But right now they really need to get the whole AI is used as tools only.
So, dear Internet, here is what we're offering to you. Kurzgesagt is made by humans, for humans, and it will remain that way. We'll produce well-researched content and invest a lot of time and our human creativity in our illustrations and animations. Put our creative soul into our work. We'll continue to fact-check and discuss our research with human experts to give you the most trustworthy information that we can. When we make mistakes, they will be our mistakes. We would rather quit than make AI slop. But to go on, we need your support. Kurzgesagt is almost 70 full-time people and a lot of freelancers on top. This is a lot of salaries, software licenses, laptops, rent, and coffee.
Coffee.
There is a way you can help us keep this human-made project alive. It's the 12,026 Human Era Calendar, designed to fill your home with a year's worth of Kurzgesagt art. But it's much more than that. It's an ode to humanity and human ingenuity. This calendar reframes time itself by starting not 2,000 but 12,000 years ago, at the dawn of human civilization. This way, 10,000 more years of our shared past and incredible achievements of our ancestors become part of our timeline.
Yes, you did hear coffee.
You can use it just like a regular calendar, but it could change how you see your place in history and how far we've all come as a species. This time, we've collected 12 inspiring stories about our special connection to the stars, from the first creature to ever glance up at the night sky, to ancient models of our cosmos, way into humanity's future among the stars. Each vibrant illustration is printed on high-quality paper with plenty of space to plan your days or record your adventures in the year 12,026. And because this is our 10-year calendar anniversary, we've gone all out. We created the first ever Kurzgesagt art book, a vibrant, jam-packed collection of every calendar illustration we've ever made. That's 120 pages, and our global community of art book are available.
Yep, that was just merch stuff. All right. Thank you for the very informative thing. Yeah, AI really does need to become a tool, and again, not something to replace. The side effect of AI slop is the fact that I'm spending way less time on social media due to AI fatigue. Yep. Only social media had show hide AI content. Dead Internet 3 has become dead internet reality. From the looks of it, yes. Let's do one more. I've been meaning to actually look into this video. All right. Before I begin, I'm gonna go and take a small bio break. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. But I'm back. Not gonna lie, the AI has some good effect. The people just after seeing a fuck ton of AI is just stop going on social media like myself, and the fact that more and more people don't believe internet is the case, it's AI. Yep. Thank you, Dream. All right. Shall we continue? Once there we go. I'm debating on either stand. Well, I probably would. And I'm gonna stand up. Please all stand for my standing. And I don't care if you're on a wheelchair. You shall stand by my power. Believe in yourself. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop. Just imagine, like, just someone in a wheelchair suddenly, I will fight you? No, I don't want to fight you. It's not that you'll win. Or it's not that I will win. Or either of us will win. I can't even get you. I'm sitting, dude, and I will not stand. Lies! You are my followers. You will stand. I will not take such heresy from this. Oh, shut up. That was kind of sweet. What do you mean that's kind of sweet? What? What are you people? All right, that's it. I'm leaving. Goodbye. All right, maybe not.
That was truly cringeworthy.
I hate it here. Good timing though, but I hate it here. All right, let me get my actual arm through the thing. There we go.
Horror stories spread over the internet via
The time was perfect, amazing. Yes, it was.
blogs, forums, and social media are known as creepypasta. Some of these stories have gone viral and become intrinsically part of the internet's lore. Today we're going to look at every viral creepypasta entity and explain
Hey, I know that
what
one.
they are and where they came from. These entities span over 2 decades and cover topics that are perfect to share around a campfire.
That's a cool effect.
These are not presented in any specific order, just as I wrote them down. So let's take a look at some viral creepypastas and learn about the many different things that have traumatized and haunted the internet.
Oh, he hasn't taken or has written them down. It means he likes those creepypastas. No, I'm kidding.
Possibly the most popular creepypasta entity of all time,
The Man of
is
Slender.
Slender Man. This entity started out life on the Something Awful forums before moving into the wider web. This was due to many factors, but mainly the web series called Marble Hornets, and the Let's Players on YouTube playing Slender the 8 Pages. Slender Man is an entity that is tall, faceless, with black tendrils that extrude from his back. He is also always seen wearing a suit with a tie.
You know, someone said that the suit and tie thing might not actually be a suit and tie. It could be that the suit itself, like the white part, it's its jaw with its tongue hanging out. That would Curran, don't you roll your eyes at me. It's the truth. Yes, it's the truth. Anyways.
The actual height of Slender Man is debated heavily in the community. The earliest mention is somewhere around 10 feet, but he has also been seen as tall as 20 feet, towering into the trees where he resides. Slender Man is known for kidnapping children and taking them to a purgatory world where he murders them.
Paints itself because it's shy.
At least that's part of what he does. Slender has more mythos than just about any other entity online. But with so many contributing to the lore, there really isn't a consensus on his exact actions and methods. Slender Man would remain relevant in internet folklore before getting his own movie. It was okay as a bad horror movie to watch with friends, but terrible for representing what Slender Man was.
Oh, yes.
The good aspects of the film do not outweigh the bad. Slender Man would be featured in many horror games in the early 2010s.
Lots.
There was, of course, The 8 Pages and its sequel, The Arrival. But there was also a multitude of fan games that wanted to use the entity for their own means. It was so common to see a new Slender indie horror game that it practically became its own genre. One that Markiplier cashed in on back in the day, making an entire playlist of just Slender fan games. Slender Man may not have the reputation he once did, but he is still essentially the face of creepypasta.
And not to mention what happened with those two girls. He'll probably come around there later, so we'll just see.
Even though he has no face.
Nope, never mind. So apparently, if those who don't know, the Slender craze kind of screeched to a halt once that whole attempted murder happened to this girl, because these two girls were doing it for Slender Man, and it kind of ruined the reputation it once had, and then just stopped, which is quite sad. But honestly, Slender Man was getting a little bit, I don't want to say stale, but samey.
Jeff the Killer is a story that stayed around way longer in the internet's folklore than anyone expected. The entity, a supernatural serial killer named Jeffrey Woods, would first appear online with a different story than the one we've all heard. It started with a simple image and a story on Newgrounds before ballooning into the story and entity we know today. Jeffrey Woods, Jeff the Killer, got his start after getting set on fire by some bullies. He just moved to a new town and was mugged on the first day while waiting for the school bus. Jeff and his brother defended themselves. Jeff found that he liked the feeling of hurting people, but suppressed it. At a party, those same bullies would show up and they would light Jeff on fire during an altercation. After he was released from the hospital, he would go insane after seeing his new, disfigured appearance. Well, actually, he was just bleached white for some reason with no burn marks.
I don't think the person who made this creepypasta was even thinking, like, it should actually be one of the dumbest creepypastas, but it took off for no reason.
He would then cut off his eyelids so he didn't have to sleep and murder his family.
Which makes no sense.
The entity would go on to get many different stories expanding on his lore and what he did afterwards. His infamous phrase, "go to sleep," would follow in his wake. Normally I wouldn't consider a serial killer an entity, but there is a layer of supernatural to the character of Jeff the Killer. He also eats people in one of the stories, but I guess that might not be canon, so I'm not sure.
Who knows?
The real popularity of Jeff the Killer, besides the multitude of clones he would receive, was in the image attached to the pasta. This image has garnered more attention than almost any other lost media search. People want to find the origin of this photo, and have gone as far as creating their own community to do so.
Oh yeah, back when I used to watch Some Ordinary Gamers before they fell off, there was a search forum, and there was a lot of pictures that seemed to be accurate to what was going on, but now it's not really.
The image itself used
Well, I mean, it's accurate, but none of it is confirmed.
to be a big piece of nightmare fuel for me, but I'm so desensitized to it now. The image still hasn't been found as of this recording. Here's hoping they find it someday. The Rake is one of the most popular entities in internet folklore. In fact, it was the entity that inspired some of the most famous creepypastas, including Slenderman. The Rake was a creature born from the collective minds of 4chan, a creature that would go on to have
That's
quite
creepy.
the lengthy lore built over the years on the internet. The Rake was featured in a few web series, but the most famous was Everyman Hybrid. This story focused mainly on the Slender Man, but had a crossover with the Rake as an antagonist. The lore of the Rake was really cemented in a creepypasta posted on the Something Awful forums.
This is the most non-intimidating thing I've ever seen. It's like he's on the bed giving you those seductive pose with them eyes.
This created somewhat of a backstory for the entity, one where he was more than just a creepy suburban stalker, which was his original lore.
Wait, excuse me.
4chan. While the original lore of the Rake was still
Why is this dude buff?
good, it was expanded upon in this story. The Rake was now able to communicate in a way with those that it interacted with. He also would kill several people throughout the story. The most famous depiction of the Rake sitting at the end of the bed comes from this story. The Rake still sees some interest online, with people using the entity in animations, videos, artwork, and stories. The Russian sleep experiment.
Oh, this one. Yeah, I think I was a little bit scared about that one. And the Rake, but I don't know why I was scared of this one too.
Patients are an entity that we see change and build throughout the story. The Russian sleep experiment is essentially an experiment to see what would happen to people if they were kept awake using a special gas. This test was done on willing and not willing participants. The story was originally posted to a
I don't know. Like, let's see, Russian experiment, Sonic EXE, Red, Tail Style, the Assassin. Oh, the Skyrim one. The GIF, Smile Dog. So yeah, it's I guess it's most of them from the time when creepypasta existed. Oh, okay, so it's like most of them. Yeah, viral runs, yeah. But what is a viral one?
WordPress blog in 2009. The story would go from there to a few other websites before getting a page on the Creepypasta Wiki. And finally, a reading by Mr. Creepypasta, one that would receive over 650,000 views. This would spread the story to many more people. These entities in the story were created from people and would quickly become these monstrous beings. The gas worked too well, and the inmates were starting to not need to eat. Well, eat food, that is. Some of the sleep experiment entities were eating their own flesh. They're starting to block out the cameras and cover drains with the flesh of one of their dead brethren. When the experiment was called off, the scientists found grotesque husks of people living in the chamber. They were emaciated, gray-skinned, and looked barely alive. They were surprisingly strong, though, as they were able to kill a few scientists checking in on them. They would later be killed by the soldiers, also watching over the experiment. The Russian sleep experiment still stands as one of the most popular creepypastas to ever be told. These entities may be unnamed, but they stand out as a creature created by the hubris of man.
So I like how they're using footage from like a different thing, and it's clearly says 83 when this was happening near the like early 40s, late 30s. Just saying.
Few entities exist online that have as much legacy and infamy as Sonic.exe, first made popular in a creepypasta posted to the wiki in 2011. The story resonated with both Sonic fans and creepypasta fans. It would receive criticism and praise from all parts of the internet. The biggest push for the popularity of the story, though, was when the fan-made game was played by Markiplier. That video would garner 10 million views. The entity known as Sonic.exe, or Lord X in the sequel, appears to have an ability to kill anyone who plays his game. This can be seen from the first protagonist and his friend, who both died after playing. Their computers were also burnt to a crisp, but the discs somehow survived. Sonic.exe is a corrupted version of Sonic with the classic sprite, but black holes for eyes. He has red dots at the center of those voids, with blood oozing down his face as well. This would become a very popular image in the Sonic community, one that outgrew that community and became its own genre of Sonic horror content.
Jeez. And it reminds me of all the analog horror Sonic stuff. So I'm guessing this whole analog horror came from Sonic.exe, but different. Or, excuse me. Yeah, different.
The sequel story would introduce a cult that is sacrificing people to the entity, but it is far less well remembered as the original story. This story would lead to a drastic readjustment of the stories on the Creepypasta wiki, with the community deciding that the
Oh, geez. I don't think I've ever seen that picture before.
story was more of a troll pasta than anything else. Sonic.exe would have a lasting legacy that extends to this day. The concept of the entity inspired hundreds of fan games, some that outdo the original story in creativity and concepts. My favorite is Sonic EYX. Though I haven't played them all, so I'm sure there are tons of really well done stories. The legacy of Sonic.exe can be felt more in the community than in that original story. Most of the talking points are those fan games and ARGs. Red is an entity that was first introduced in a
Okay, so I like the first part of it, but like near the ending, it just became absurd. I hated it. Like it tripped on over its own, like pedestal of like great stories just turned to rather dumb.
Creepypasta called NES Godzilla, a story that has become one of the most popular in the whole genre, but especially in the gaming subgenre. Red is a monstrous entity with multiple designs, but let's explain his lore a little bit first. NES Godzilla is a creepypasta that focuses on a man who wanted to relive his childhood.
Yeah, I agree with that. But writing something versus making something scary is one thing. You could just see a very scary face. It really depends on who. Yo! Delta Zen, thank you for the gift sub. Welcome on in. But yeah, like any good creepy story, scary story, analog story, whatever story can be a good horror story. It all depends on how it's been made, you know? Hi Zen.
And so bought an old gaming console and some games. He would receive this particular game from a friend. He was a big fan and hasn't played it since he was a kid. The game was different now, and there were new monsters for Godzilla to fight and a major one to run away from. This monster is Red, which has a strange shaped head and the body of a spider or scorpion with a long tail. Red would change his appearance a few times throughout the story and would end with a tall Godzilla-like design. The story revolves entirely around how Red is tormenting the player and making him relive his past. The story is more or less themed around the idea of accepting the pain of the past and moving forward. Red has some control over the player as seen in the story and is able to hurt him inside of the game. Red has become one of the most famous creepypasta characters to date and still is recognizable online. Sonic.exe may be one of the most popular entities to scare the Sonic fanbase.
Why did this scare me?
There's also the infamous Tails doll. A doll creation of Tails that has a Chaos Emerald attached to its head, which brings it to life.
Oh, and don't forget the whole music being played backwards. Like that scared me as a kid for some reason.
Now, this is an official creation by Sega.
Kill it.
It appeared as an unlockable character in the Sonic spin-off game called Sonic R. This doll immediately set off the fight or flight response in people who played the game, according to forums from back in the day. People didn't feel comfortable with this thing, and felt like it didn't match the fast-paced and funny tone of Sonic R.
Wait, why does it look? Oops. Why does it look like it's smiling at you with the nose? Like, can you imagine that? It's just looking at you with the smile.
There was an urban legend in gaming that stated completing the game and doing other
Noah,
such specific
forget
tasks
the boat.
would
Bring more flood.
lead to a screen with the Tails doll in a vacant-looking room. This was called
Yeah,
the Tails
like
doll
that.
curse. This image was spread heavily all over the web, with many people claiming to have encountered it. From this urban legend came a few stories about the Tails doll. One that said if you did all of these things to unlock the image, you would summon a demonic entity that would kill you or your loved ones. This story circulated heavily in forums and still lives on in the internet thanks to the Wayback Machine. All of this was compounded by the large presence the entity had on YouTube. There are videos showing how to unlock it, with recordings of the TV as they did
I don't
so.
want it to.
People saying the Tails doll appeared in their homes after completing the ritual, and others just making animations and tributes to it. Some of these videos have upwards of 10 million views. The Tails doll leaves behind quite a legacy for a character with only one appearance in canon. Well, aside from in the comics. It was just a creepy design that really stuck with gamers who encountered it when they were kids. The Tails doll curse is the kind of gaming mystery that becomes tightly lodged in the crevices of internet folklore so well. The assassin.
Okay, this one like is a cool thing. I like the concept of this. Like something actively going to try to kill you. And you can't save, you have to keep moving. I just love this concept.
Is an entity that appeared in a Morrowind creepypasta called JVK1166Z.esp. It was one of the earlier stories to feature a Bethesda game. It's probably the second most famous behind Fallout 3 Number Station. In JVK, there's an entity only known as the Assassin that makes a few appearances. Firstly, the story is about a strange mod found online for Morrowind. If you are unfamiliar with Bethesda games, let's just say that their games feel incomplete without mods. That's not to say that they are not complete experiences, in most cases, but the ability to mod is almost more integral to the core of the game than the game itself. So finding mods for Skyrim, Fallout 4, and even Morrowind are pretty common. I have broken Skyrim with mods more times than I can count. So when the characters in the creepypasta find a mysterious mod that no one can seem to get working, the community comes together to figure it out. Eventually they find a workaround and are able to get it working. The modded game starts with all the major story characters already dead, and so they are essentially entering a doomed world.
It's funny because if it were this easy to summon demons, the world would be super fun. Yeah. Yeah, with all this happening, do you think someone would be going around, like someone uber powerful in the world hierarchy of today, you think there would be more demons out there, right?
That doesn't mean there's nothing to do in this world, as there are still quests to explore and NPCs to talk to. Of course, they can only tell you vague things like watch the sky. They even go outside and just stare up at the night sky. One that has been improved with this mod to almost look like the real night sky.
Wait, what do you mean ways to summon demons and are all expensive as... You mean they're expensive as in getting the books, or trying to summon the demons is expensive?
Now we get to the entity. There's a character cloaked and moving really slowly. This is the assassin, and we only have this one image to go along with the story. The assassin will slowly kill the player character if he catches up with him.
So wait, it's a pair of legs with a torso on the... I can't even tell what I'm looking at.
They only take a small amount of damage when he catches up, but it will eventually kill them. This leads to the narrator of the story dying to the assassin once while dozing off at his desk. The entity was crawling all over his dead body, and there was no game over screen, just the scurrying of the assassin and the sound of its scream.
Like some old book said that to summon the littlest shittiest demon needed like gold skins or hair of exotic animals, and Which, yeah. I think they're expensive, not for the reason, but because people sell these books, they don't want to have like a return policy, so they make it expensive as possible. So you wouldn't be tempted to summon demons like this.
Later, a friend of the narrator would complain of having nightmares while exploring the game.
Well, I mean, you're unable to summon demons. Because they don't exist, and they don't want to have a return on their books. That's what I meant.
He claims to have seen the assassin with a spider-like body. Not only that, but it was also knocking on his window, asking to be let in. The story doesn't have a conclusion with the assassin, but it is expected that he plays a bigger role in the story and is somehow able to affect the lives of those that explore too deeply into the mod. I'm Happy.gif, or The GIF, is an entity that was first discovered on 4chan and would quickly become an internet urban legend.
For an eldritch something to believe in the weird and paranormal is funny. Oh, not believe. Well, it's not. Not believe. It's. I need proof of it being real. There's a difference.
In 2007, a user came across a post about this image.
Suspension of disbelief type deal.
Of a weird smiley face. It was posted as a GIF, but users reported never seeing it move or do anything. Any who got a bit more curious and clicked on it would be met with the actual GIF. It slowly starts to shift from a smile to a frown and angry eyes. Then it would start to scream. It was a piercing scream. That wasn't the worst part though. Next came the flood of disturbing images including bombing victims and other gore. This would go on for a while before it would come abruptly to an end. The GIF would say "have a nice day" before shutting off your browser and then your computer.
Sounds more like a virus.
According to the urban legend, people who viewed it all the way to the end were found mutilated near their computers with a bloody smiley face found near their bodies. This was the fate
Never mind, it's not a virus.
of all who saw the original. This would make this entity one of the worst to encounter, but this story reminds me a lot of the Red Room, which is a Japanese urban legend that also uses the internet for its premise. It's a fun enough story, but that's all there is to say about it really. Small Dog is our next entity.
Well, listen.
And this one comes from the story of the same name.
Wait, is that a cat? That's just a cat on screen.
Entity seen after viewing an image of a Siberian husky with a bloody handprint behind him. The image will then shift from the husky to some monstrous dog-like creature that curses you with nightmares of spreading the word. You'll then be required to send the image to someone else in order to be free of it.
Can you imagine if someone decided to do this to like so many others on Twitch or something, or on like a big live stream? Paranormal techno virus sounds like an amazing good concept. Yeah. I mean, technically, that was Kuran before she was, the current Kuran. Like you're doing now. Shh. We don't talk about that.
This story follows a student who had always been interested in the story and wanted to see if there was any validity to it. He follows the leads to an older woman who agrees to give him the image saved on a hard drive, but reluctantly changes her mind. She would later die after making the decision to not spread the word. The narrator would eventually get a copy of the image and then proceed to share it with all of those reading the story. This is the general gist of the story. There's more, but nothing that matters too much to us. So the entity is an image of a Siberian husky that takes on a more monstrous form and haunts the dreams of any who sees it. It then torments you until you spread the word. It is never fully stated exactly how it does that, It's just so bad that many people choose to take their own lives rather than deal with the entity. Smile Dog would become a popular horror meme that was shared around the internet. He would appear in forums, comment sections, and all over social media.
Is that a severed
This is one
hand
of
in
the
the
first
back?
viral image horror stories that people from all over the internet knew to some extent. Like the Slenderman image or Jeff the Killer, its image was spread more and more with time, which goes exactly with the wishes of Smile Dog. Smile Dog would be featured in a few indie horror games, a fan film, and get loads of fan art.
How does it go into indie games? Excuse me?
Ben is a character who goes through many changes throughout the 3 arcs of his story.
Oh, I do like this one. There's actual gameplay of it. This is cool.
Ben comes from the Ben Drowned creepypasta / ARG. The story is presented as a creepypasta originally, and would even create some pretty popular tropes in the genre, but even more so in the video game subgenre. Ben is the trapped spirit of a boy who drowned while playing a copy of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. At least, this is what is presented to us at first. The story has many layers, like I said before. The character of Ben wouldn't be fully figured out until the very end of the 3rd arc. The first arc, called the Haunted Cartridge arc, is where we should start. Ben is only hurt when the narrator tries to change his name. There's a file in the game called Ben, which was almost done with the game. The narrator selects a different save file and begins anew. The NPCs for some reason were still calling him Ben on occasion. This would lead to him deleting the file, and this is when all the craziness begins. Ben is seen as the eulogy statue of Link.
You delete the file, and so I have come.
From Majora's Mask. This is essentially a creepy statue version of Link. This is supposed to be the ghost of Ben that is trying to tell the narrator something. But we wouldn't know that until much later. In the fandom, Ben is often shown with blood dripping down the character's face. Actually, going fully into fanon, Ben is usually shown as Kid Link with blood down his face. It's very similar to the other creepypasta characters.
But what about that face
but
there?
mostly like Sonic.exe, who is
Yeah, what about the face? It should be that face, not with like blood red eyes type deal. I don't understand.
known to have this feature. Though I'm not sure whose depiction was first. Ben came out first, but I don't think his design in fanon was like that in that time period. Ben Drowned is an excellent ARG that pulls off some cool story elements, even if people were hit or miss on the final arc. If you want a full rundown of it, I have one here on my channel already. There are so many Pokemon creepypastas, but most of them don't have a specific entity to talk about.
Oh, Buried Alive.
Like Lavender Town Syndrome is about a song that can lead to you dying if you hear it. I'm going to just clump a few of these entities here together. Starting with Ghost, a Pokemon entity that appears in the story Pokemon Creepy Black or Pokemon Black in some
I forgot how Ghost came to be.
cases. The story has a narrator finding a Pokemon cartridge that is completely black.
Oh, okay. So we're going with the whole, I found a Pokemon cartridge, so I played it, and it killed me. And somehow I put this story online.
The entity is first encountered when the narrator goes to pick out a Pokemon at Professor Oak's lab. He is given the starting Pokemon of Ghost. Ghost has one attack called Curse, and it instantly KO'd a Pokemon. Worse though, it actually killed the Pokemon. Then the trainer would complain about it, and the narrator was able to kill them next with Curse.
What do you mean complain about it? You just killed their best friends. And they would probably be less about complaining and more about crying and bawling and being angry at you.
If they did so, then a grave would spawn where the enemy sprite was. The entity was only in this bootleg Pokemon game and nowhere else. The Buried Alive sprite was connected to Lavender Town Syndrome, or well, Lavender Town in general. The Buried Alive sprite is an entity that was the original boss of the Pokemon Tower, according to the story. He would be encountered at the top and a battle would ensue. The sprite for Buried Alive was that of a rotting human corpse that was half underground. Once defeated, the game would freeze, due to a lack of code written for a victory. But if you lost, Buried Alive would say, "Finally, fresh meat." It'd end with a screen with the Buried Alive sprite holding onto the player character. It was expected that the zombie was eating the player. This was ultimately removed from the game. Honestly, who would program a battle that freezes the game if you win and give you the game over if you lose?
Use grief and depression to kill the trainer.
Strangled Red and Lost Silver are two more famous Pokemon creepypastas, but neither have an entity worth discussing. They both feature a distorted version of Pokemon and would lead to a character in the fandom based off those stories.
Zalgo. Yo, Zalgo.
One of the earliest entities to grace the walls of the internet was a being called Zalgo. This was an entity that started life as an incorporeal form that would corrupt comics and cartoons. It would target mostly family-friendly comics and distort them into corrupted versions.
Wasn't there a Cartoon Network type of thing similar to this?
Originally,
is one of the most OGs and most strongest of them all. Yeah, it's I don't know much about them, but I know they corrupted a lot of stuff.
created on the Something Awful forums, it would soon outgrow that medium. The original creator, Shmorky, would claim it was only able to corrupt comics and the like, but it wouldn't take long before edits of everything were being Zalgofied. This included comics, videos, images, and even photos of real people. Zalgo really has two aspects to it. The first was the corruption of innocence found in those comics. The second was a being built of corruption that bordered on Lovecraftian. Let's start with the former and move to the latter. Zalgo would taint many things in ways that would become key parts of this entity's identity. It would put a black substance in the comics,
Zalgo is
usually seeping from the character's mouth or eyes. There would be grotesque additions to the people featured in the comics as well. The biggest feature was the addition of blacked out eyes with either black liquid or blood oozing out of them. Some popular Zalgofied images are for Boxy, Garfield, Rebecca Black, and Archie comics. These were the ones that have spread the most across the internet. The Boxy image was used literally everywhere when talking about this entity for years. The other side of Zalgo was in the Lovecraftian elements. An entity of unperceptibility with the ability to corrupt any who perceive it. There are two creepypastas that focus heavily on this idea. The first has Zalgo corrupt an entire town, starting with a comic in the office of the narrator of the story. Eventually people start to repeat the phrase that represents the entity. He comes, heralding the arrival of the Lovecraftian being. He soon turns everyone in town into corrupted versions of humans. The final goal of Zalgo is never explained, but he does eventually corrupt the entire town.
I always wonder what the final goal it is for such a Leviathan. Or not Leviathan. Like a Lovecraftian being.
With it hinting that the narrator would also fall under this influence. The second story is harder to find because it was only posted on 4chan, and the link is gone.
Yes, he comes. He comes very soon, in fact. Very, very soon, if everyone comes around and... Alright, I'll stop.
By now. This one takes it a step further and makes Zalgo into an ancient god. The story follows a man and his team's trip into Egypt, where they discover a new temple underground. In it, they find an orb that they believe was used for religious practices. The orb eventually leads to members of the team dying in increasingly gruesome ways, all while covered in the black substance that Zalgo is known for. Eventually, the narrator takes the orb and disappears into the deserts. The temple they found was most likely an area for humans to worship Zalgo, and by them finding it, they have reawakened him. The assumption is that the archaeologists are being killed to appease Zalgo as offerings. Zalgo would continue to show relevance in the internet for many years past its initial creation. If you want a full deep dive into the entity, You can find that in a video on my channel as well.
I would actually like to watch that one. Abandoned by Disney.
Photo
Entities.
Mickey is the name given to an entity that appears in one of the most popular creepypastas to date. This is from the story.
Wait, I thought there was only one entity.
In the Abandoned by Disney series. The story is aptly named Abandoned by Disney and follows a man going to do some urban exploration at an abandoned Disney resort called Mowgli's Palace.
Alright, someone.
As he is searching through the property, he runs into a few odd occurrences. The phrase Abandoned by Disney is seen scratched into the wood of the building. The whole time he is wondering why they would abandon a place that looked like it was in perfect working order.
Is this the actual place they went to? I think it is.
It isn't until he
But it wasn't part of the story. It was like years later.
makes his way into the basement that we would find out why they left in such a hurry. There's a strangely moist room filled with empty mascot costumes. As he's looking at the head of one of the costumes, a real human skull falls out. He starts to examine it when another strange thing catches his attention. At the center of the room, a full Mickey Mouse costume that was photo negative would start to stand up and stare at the narrator. He would ask a simple question. Want to see my head come off? The mascot would then remove his head and green sticky blood would start to ooze out of it. The narrator ran from the building and saw a new phrase as he did, abandoned by God. The photonegative Mickey would only make an appearance in this story, but he would inspire many different ones across the internet. Speaking of Abandoned by Disney, let's talk about the next entity created in the sequel, Room Zero.
You know, I heard something about the negative Mickey. Apparently it was like some dude in a costume that I guess got possessed and was able to free himself by decapitation. That's why the other mask with the skull in fell out.
Gascots are essentially children and guests found at Disney parks that wear the Mickey Mouse themed gas masks and died to some unknown entity during a park mishap. Their appearance is mainly children with those Disney gas masks. The lenses are often clouded by condensation so thick that you can't see their faces, though it has been reported that they have nothing under their masks. They are faceless. Gascots can mostly be seen standing around Disney parks, and they just stare at guests as they mill about the park. It's been reported that you're more likely to see them if you've heard the story of how they were created. The creation took place when a bomb shelter at Disneyland was crowded with guests during an imminent bomb threat. The sirens of a bombing went off, but the bombs never fell, as it was just a false alarm. The guests were left in the shelter and started to freak out as the lights went out. In the commotion, something happened in that room. When a park employee went to open the doors, all they could see was darkness and then a singular voice. "Shut the door, dear. You're letting out the cold." The door was shut, and Disney would later build over the room, but never demolish it, afraid of what they'd created. If you want to know more about the Abandoned by Disney series, you can either check out my video on the topic or go to Slime Beast's website where all three are hosted.
Okay, I need to catch up on this. What the heck?
Ted the Caver is widely considered the first ever creepypasta created. In some cases, it is. It's also a finely crafted story told over a unique format. It is told through blog entries on Angelfire, a website that lets you make your own website. The story is still up to this day and still one of the best creepypastas ever written. In this story, there's an unnamed creature that I'm calling the Cave Creature. The only other name he gives to the creature is a connection to a folklore creature that travels through caves. You never see this entity in the story, not even once. The story has two friends, a third for part of the adventure, trying to make their way into an unexplored section of a cave. They find a hole and begin documenting their time opening it up enough for continued exploration.
Oh, yo, I heard about this.
This drives them forward for most of the story. The feeling of adventure and discovery. The first sign of the entity that possibly lives in this cave is with a reaction from the dog they bring along. It does not like something in the cave and becomes skittish. Later, B, the name given for Ted's friend, hears something in the cave that makes him uneasy. It sounds like rock scraping against rock. Later, they would finally get the hole big enough for them to explore the cave more. Ted goes through to the other side once and finds a small area where he can almost stand up.
Can't imagine going through
This leads
that.
to another friend going into the cave with them. During the friend's trip, he hears her see something and just leaves them without saying a word. Finally, Ted makes his way fully into the cave's crevice. He ends up breaking his headlamp as he hears the sound again and thinks he sees something in the dark. As he's trying to recompose himself, he notices a draft coming from a hole that had been previously covered with a rock. Something had moved that rock, and it wasn't him. Ted and his friend leave the cave. As they make their escape, they see the rope they were climbing on going taut behind them. Something was pulling up on the rope. They quickly left the cave and tried to assimilate back into a normal life. This proved very difficult. A decision was made for them to go back into the cave with the other friend. They needed to settle whatever they saw down there.
Why?
Ted leaves the message saying he'll update the blog once he finds the camera he dropped while down there. This would be the last post on the blog, though. So this cave creature isn't really seen directly in the story. We only get a few minor descriptors of it.
Honestly, that's like the best case scenario with the story. Like, presumably they are dead. Or maybe they just wussied out and didn't update it. Who knows? It's a good end. Which you go okay diving to the devil's bowl with like, just to enter, you have to squeeze your lungs out to enter, right? I guess it's for the thrill.
First, it makes a low growling sound and scraping noises. This could mean that it is something that slithers, or it could be humanoid and need to crawl like they did. Either way, it was living in the cave. The other descriptor was that it had a putrid smell, stale and smelling like death. That was the way it was described in the story. The smell doesn't give us much more to go off. We just know that it stank of rot. So where does that leave the story? Well, it's likely that Ted and his two friends met whatever was pulling on the other end of the rope on their prior visit. With no updates coming from the blog and the lack of them using their real names or listing a location, it is unlikely that they will ever be found.
Well, it's a different kind of thrill, you know?
The entity has taken them now. The story became very popular as it spread across the internet. It was first discussed heavily in a spelunking forum. From there, it would go on to become a very popular internet horror story, prior to the internet coming up with the term creepypasta.
Candle
What
Cove.
if there was a television channel that you remember watching as a kid, but it never existed?
And this one was
That's the
pretty
premise of
lame
this
for me.
entity known as Candle Cove. Candle Cove was first discussed online in a forum for people remembering watching a pirate show on an unknown local channel in 1971 or 72. The first discussion was asking if people remembered a children's show about pirates. OP said it felt like a fever dream, but also vaguely remembers a few details. That's when they are told that it existed and that other people remembered it too. This eases their mind and they begin discussing the show. The show is about a kid who went on adventures with a crew of puppets and a talking ship. It was very low budget but entertaining. This is also when they start to remember the eeriness of it all. One poster even wonders why they all were allowed to watch something that would have been so scary to children. The villain of the show was a creepy marionette named the Skin Taker. He was
It's pretty meh. Like the show itself is not really scary.
skeleton and his mouth moved forward and back for some reason. When asked why it did that, he said to grind your skin. This was obviously not a great show for kids. As they're discussing it, another poster ends the thread. They say they asked their mom about the show while visiting her. She said that it was odd they would remember that. They used to tell her they were going to watch Candle Cove and then sit in front of dead air for 30 minutes. His mom remarks that he had such a big imagination with his little pirate show. This is the end of the story, and honestly, it's a chilling one. We all have strange and odd memories from childhood that we're not sure if they're real or not. This story presents that very idea and leaves it open for more. There wouldn't be a follow-up unless you count the first season of Channel Zero, but I prefer the ambiguity of the story online to the TV show. The Smiling Man is more than a creepypasta character and could be related
Right.
to an entity seen throughout the decades. First, the story comes from a Reddit post. On the Let's Not Meet sub, someone posted a story about a stranger they met while on a late night walk. They live in a major city in the US, but didn't say which one. While out walking, they ran into a figure who wasn't really walking. He was doing a little waltz alone and at the end moving forward in a very specific direction. Opie didn't know what to make of him, but thought it was odd how he didn't appear to be looking forward, but instead up. There was also a big
Ooh,
smile.
I've
painted
seen
on
this
his
one.
face. Opie watched the strange smiling man walk on by and eventually crouched down for a moment. He thought he must be high or drunk or something. After a few moments, the man walked away until Opie could barely see him. Before he could let out a sigh, the smiling man started running towards him. Opie ran until he reached a more populated area. This is when he saw that the smiling man was gone. He never saw him again, but he also never went out on a late night walk alone again either. Now this is an interesting story. It started on Reddit and would eventually make its way into the creepypasta community, but the smiling man is actually connected to another cryptid sighting called Indrid Cold. If you want to know more about the smiling man, I have an entire video covering the entity fully on my channel.
I think I watched
The
that
Smiling Man
one.
was soon spread all over the internet as a cautionary tale of walking home alone at night. Mr. Bear was a man who ran a local station in Canada. He comes from one of the most popular creepypastas of all time, 1999. In it, a man is trying to reconcile with a strange and upsetting part of his childhood. This is where Mr. Bear comes in. The channel was local and was targeted at children. There were several shows on the channel, but the main one included a character named Mr. Bear. In the several episodes the narrator discusses, Mr. Bear is seen interacting with children who all went missing.
The Monocue or the Monoke? I have not. I don't think so. If you can put down my video suggestions, that would be grateful.
Mr. Bear goes missing after the final tape showing him burning the bodies of the children. He made them drink a strange liquid and then sacrificed them to Satan by stacking the bodies in a pile and setting them all alight.
No, I have not.
There's more that happened in this story, and there's even a cliffhanger ending, but if you want a full deep dive into the story, you can find the video on my channel. In 2020, a new and interesting phenomenon was spreading across the internet. New interest in something called every copy of Mario 64 is personalized.
That'd be fun if it was.
This is essentially a story made to explain strange happenings in Super Mario 64. It was an interesting creepypasta that toyed with the idea of a feature implemented in the original 64 game that would customize each person's playthrough. While this would be super cool, it turned out to be very creepy in the end. There are a few entities that were created through this story. One of those was the Wario apparition. It was this giant Wario face that would appear in the castle, and you would only see it in certain copies of the game. What it actually does to the player isn't explained, just that it was more common than some others mentioned. Other entities include the faceless Mario model that occasionally follows Mario around the castle, and the wide-eyed Chain Chomp. These two are a little more rare, but are also indicators that your game is personalized. When Minecraft was still a new game that seemed to be full of mysteries,
Herobrine.
one of the earliest
Herobrine, the entity that will not die no matter what.
to have a stranglehold on the internet was a mystery entity spotted in a single-player Minecraft world. The entity's name would come to be known as Herobrine. Herobrine was first seen in a screenshot posted on 4chan, with a story about a player having strange structures built in their single-player Minecraft world. This wasn't all. They also noticed 2x2 tunnels that were not naturally occurring. It was almost like they weren't alone in their world. Finally, one day, they were able to snap a screenshot of the entity. This image would go mega viral and create a piece of internet folklore that can still be felt today. Herobrine was now in everyone's worlds, and just haunting the world of Minecraft. Soon he would break free of the confines of the Minecraft community and become a paranormal entity that haunted the entirety of the internet. Funnymouth is an entity that comes from the story of the same name. Essentially, it's an entity that exists online and stalks chat rooms. In the story, the narrator first runs into him in a forum they run. Funnymouth appears in a chat and starts saying really random and bizarre stuff. After a while, Funnymouth would post a looking at you emoticon. This would lead to a ban. The narrator would continue to see Funnymouth reappear even though he was banned. This would all continue into haunting the narrator's dreams. Then one night, the narrator had a dream about a worm crawling down his throat, which then leads to his jaw being popped until it hangs limply. When he awoke and checked himself in the mirror, he saw that his jaw was actually hanging limp, with his tongue hanging out lazily. He now had a funny mouth too, which he thought was funny. He would return to the forums, change his name to Funnymouth, and start sending the same messages that had been sent in the chat before this all started. So essentially, Funnymouth is some online entity that goes into a forum and picks someone to become the next Funnymouth. They haunt that person for a few days before invading their dreams and somehow breaking their jaw until they also have a funny mouth.
This seems a little bit more tame.
None of this is explained directly in the story. I cut out a bit of the nuance, but this is the gist of it. The idea of running into an entity online that could haunt you in the real world is a scary one. It was played around with a few times in the early 2010s. Many of us were spending long nights browsing the internet and trying to find all the weird and interesting mysteries that hid behind the glow of the screen. From birds that could mimic human voices to animals that mimic the cries of babies, we have always feared what we perceive as human but not. In that same vein, we have a creature called the Fleshgate. The Fleshgate was a creation of 4chan, created to replace the Skinwalker stories that they loved to share. They wanted to have their own creature that didn't have to rely on the Native American beliefs. Fleshgate is even just a different way of saying Skinwalker. Flesh, skin, walker, gate. It really wasn't creative, but the creature is. It has the ability to mimic human voices and usually targets people one at a time. The usual hunting patterns for the Fleshgate are to lure people into the woods one at a time. The first is lured by the voice of a friend or a family member. Once alone, they kill them and steal their skin, assuming their life. They then try and get any other people in the group to follow them into the woods to continue the process. Fleshgates would become very popular on 4chan, but there's really only one creepypasta that really takes the story to its fullest. It gives the Fleshgate the ability to implant false memories, making it impossible to tell if you always had a group of 5 or whether some fleshy monster has secretly joined your ranks. The Goatman is another cryptid that would become a fixture online. The most popular story of the Goatman is Anansi's Goatman story, which was first posted on 4chan. The story follows the narrator and a group of people going camping in the woods in the backwoods of Alabama. During the trip, they start to smell this weird metallic smell in the air. It starts to come in waves, but they're not sure where it's coming from. During this time, they would notice that someone was slipping into their group. Since the group had grown and not everyone knew everyone else, it was hard to figure out who the extra was. That night they stayed in the trailer out in the woods, not wanting to go out at night with whatever they had heard in the woods. One person noticed an oddity while they were all sleeping. They were pretending to sleep and saw someone randomly get up and walk around everyone before laying back down and pretending to sleep.
Huh?
The next day, the group made their way out of the woods. They noticed one person turned away and made their way off into the woods. The Goatman is a creature that can take on the appearance of a human, similar to being like the Skinwalker or Fleshgate. They usually seek to sow chaos or try and lead to at least one person being separated from the group. It is assumed so they can eat them.
Oh wait, I think I did
That is
hear
never
about this
explicitly
one.
stated in any of the stories, though. The Goatman would be very popular in no sleep stories as well, but it was mostly popular on 4chan. The Thing That Stalks the Fields is an entity that comes from one of the
Alright,
more
this one's
popular
new to
early
me.
stories. There isn't a name given for this entity beyond Thing, but I've referred to it as the Field Stalker before, so we'll refer to it as such. The Field Stalker is a gigantic humanoid entity that takes up residence in a forest near a man's farm. He first noticed it one day as he was trying to move his hay bales back. They had been
Yeah,
moved the night
Field
before.
Stalker.
He noticed they'd been moved to a location far from his house. After moving them back, he found the heads of his horses had been removed. The man decides to wait and see who is moving the hay. This is when he gets his first look at the Field Stalker. It was at least 10 feet tall, humanoid, but moved on all fours, and had a sunken chest. Its skin was almost metallic in texture, as it was smooth, but it also appeared to be moving, like it wasn't skin at all and instead was another living creature.
You know, this dude looking at some form of creature, looking at, like, I don't think this is the reaction you would get. It looks like he looks more annoyed than scared. Like, or scared or surprised. He's just like, really? This dude again? He pops up out of nowhere? Like, give me my golf club. I'm gonna beat him to death.
The Thing would move the hay, look at the man, continue back into the woods.
Oh, he does have a weapon. Whoops.
The message would become clear once someone had come into the boundary that the Field Stalker had set. A car drove slightly into the
Demons
boundary,
at it
and the
again.
entity scrambled from the woods and ripped the car apart. Then it crushed the man and discarded his body before returning to the woods. The message was clear that this man was its captive. The Thing That Stalks the Fields is a very popular story, and the entity would get fan art, but more importantly, a short film. You can watch it on YouTube, and it shows exactly what happens in the story. It does add a little bit of backstory to add more depth to the main character. White with Red is as classic a story as can be found in internet folklore.
Wait, is it the one with the one person looking through a door hole and seeing red?
It tells of a man seeing something strange while staying at a hotel.
Yep.
There's an off-limits room in the hotel that he passes by on the way to his own. The room has a keyhole that he can barely look through. Doing so, he sees a pale white figure leaning her head against the wall opposite of the door. She turns and he leaves before she can see him. He leaves and goes to sleep. The next day he stops by the room again and stares through the keyhole. This time all he sees is a vivid red color. This confused him, but he imagines that she saw him spying and blocked the keyhole. The man felt so embarrassed that he confessed it to the clerk at the front desk. She decided that she might as well tell him the story. Years ago, a woman had been murdered by her husband in that room. The strangest thing was that the woman had pale skin and vividly red eyes. The story's been passed around the internet practically since it was
Code 30. Scary. Okay, I wasn't sure what that was. It looked like part of a... Like, that looked like skin. I didn't realize that was like an eye.
vividly red eyes. The story's been passed around the internet practically since it was created. It could be even the oldest story on it. The man saw the ghost of the woman that day, but even worse, she saw him in return. That's kinda all we know about this entity. She's the ghost of a murdered woman, someone who will forever get her own room at that hotel. Mr. Mix is an entity that comes from the story of the same name. He was a video game character from an obscure typing game. The game had you type the names of ingredients in order to mix them into a bowl. This would get progressively harder the more levels you completed. The game wasn't popular, mostly because it would become too hard to pass the level, so no one was able to see what else the game had. A group of hackers were able to mod the game so they could make it past the levels that were impossible to defeat. Doing so led them to seeing things they were never meant to see. The hackers never talked about what they saw. Even to this day, no one knows. Even weirder, they all had gone missing. It wasn't until months later that one of them would be caught in a grocery store trying to abduct a child. When interrogated, all they would say was, "I'm Mr. Mix." Shh. So what kind of entity do we have here? Well, it could be a curse that was placed upon this game, or something that was hidden in it by the developers. It's not explicitly stated anywhere. It has the ability to corrupt the mind until they either take their own lives or become the new Mr. Mix. We're not really supposed to think too much beyond that, I suppose.
I guess.
Black-eyed children are an entity that came from a reporter in the 90s.
Oh wait, aren't the black-eyed children also like a ghost myth? Especially for seeing a child on the side of the road and seeing their eyes. And you should never ever pick them up or really talk to them, especially if they're outside your door asking about something. Okay, I figured.
This might very well be the very first creepypasta entity. They were a horror urban legend that was created and spread online. They appear as children with solid black eyes. They are connected to the Men in Black and other ESP and government paranormal conspiracies. They would first appear online in 1996 after a journalist claims to have 2 different encounters with them. These were both shared online.
Nice, but no.
Interest in what else could be hiding online. Where many people consider Ted the Caver to be the very first creepypasta, this technically predates that story by 5 years. That would make this the first ever creepypasta. Eyeless Jack is an entity that originated from this photo. It was a strange photo, but there wasn't a story or anything attached to it. It was just a creepy photo. It wouldn't be until 2 years later that someone would write a story and give a name to the entity. It was called Eyeless Jack, and the story attached has the narrator going to stay with his brother. One night he sees something outside of his window and thinks it's a raccoon.
We have black-eyed children, and now we have Eyeless Jack. But then we also had the red and the white. Or white with red. I forgot what the thing was called. So a lot of eye dealing here.
The next night, he would wake up in pain and find something strange on his side. Stitching. He went to the doctor and found that his kidney was gone. No one knew how it had happened. The next night, the narrator woke up to a strange noise. That's when he noticed the vague shape of something above him. He reached for his phone and snapped the image of the entity that we started this section with. After taking the picture, the entity lunged at him, but he was able to kick it away and make his way out of the house and into the woods. The next day, the narrator finds himself in the hospital again. His brother had been killed.
Did you now?
Eyeless Jack's story wasn't great, but the image is creepy for sure. Having something watch you as you sleep is very unsettling. This entity also...
I also just realized this is a game.
Eats organs, but I'm not sure why it would sew the person back up afterward. And not just killing them. Actually, it kills the brother, but not the narrator for some reason.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know what the name is either.
It's essentially an eyeless creature with a blue mask for a face. There's also some strange black liquid that seeps from the 2 eye holes where its eyes should be. This is a cool concept, but the rest of the story just didn't have the same level of interest. This entity would become very popular online and even be featured in epic rap battles of history.
Really?
Siren Head is not a...
Oh boy, Siren Head. I don't want to say modern anymore because it's not really talked about. But it is a recent thing.
Traditional creepypasta entity, but that doesn't keep it from being one of the most popular creepypastas. The definition of a creepypasta has kind of shifted with time. What it used to mean a story that was copy-pasted everywhere online. It has now become an overarching term for horror content that is shared around online, like a horror meme of sorts. Siren Head was created by an artist named Trevor Henderson, and would go viral along with a few of his other creations online. Siren Head is a 20-foot tall, vaguely humanoid creature with a siren for a head.
I feel like Siren Head should be going into, a forest area. Like that's the place where he belongs, and then lures people. Similar to that one game. I can't really tell you which game it is, because I can tell you like it's Siren Head game and you'll get like a bunch of stuff. But what I'm trying to make is since the limbs and stuff kind of act like tree branches in a way, you don't really know where he would be at despite being tall.
Thus the name. Siren Head has the ability to mimic all sounds that a siren would be able to make, but also human voices that it has heard. This mainly comes down to the screams it hears from its victims just before it gets them. Siren Head was a strange case of a creation becoming bigger than its community. It would go so viral that it would be featured in dance videos, memes, mods, and even get a few video games.
Oh, and also the creator of said Siren Head didn't get any credit. That's the worst part about this.
This would essentially be the second coming of Slender of sorts, a once-in-an-era horror creation. Going more into the entity itself.
Oh yeah, no, like everyone who's profiting off of Siren Head, the artist of it did not make any money off of it. No, nothing. And I think it's Trevor Henderson. Let me look it up. Trevor Henderson, visual artist. Siren Head? Yes, Trevor Henderson. He's the one that made Siren Head.
There is unfortunately not a lot more to go on. It was mostly just creepy but cool art. There's probably a bit of lore mixed in with the design of the creature, but nothing concrete, mostly just speculation. The first sighting, according to the Siren Head page on the Trevor Henderson wiki, claims to have been in Arizona in 1966. They noted its metallic, skeletal, and
it's this
body,
game.
Incredibly long limbs, and the Siren Head, of course. From this sighting, people would see the entity sporadically over time. Not just that, but his appearance would also change over time, as stated by Trevor Henderson on a Twitter post. Siren Head is an enigma and the exact kind of entity that was built for internet speculation and horror. Laughing Jack is a character that had some virality.
Oh, I think this is the guy you were talking
alongside Atlas
about.
Jack in an epic rap battles of history video. The characters don't share similarities outside of the name Jack, though. Laughing Jack was originally uploaded onto DeviantArt and received 2 stories. The first shows a demonic clown entity that targets children and kills them. He then drives the parents insane, or at least he did in his initial story. Laughing Jack is a clown spirit that used to be colorful but now is monochrome after going through a period of isolation in his box. Laughing Jack was originally sent to be an imaginary friend for a poor and lonely boy. He was the only thing to bring the boy happiness, until he was locked away in his box while the boy was sent off to boarding school for killing a cat.
Huh?
When the boy returned, he was different. He had become evil and would eventually kill people. This all happened in the home where Jack was still trapped. This started to corrupt him until he lost all of his color and life. He started to take on more of the characteristics of his owner and become sadistic. Eventually Jack would get out of the box.
Oh.
When he did so,
Well.
he would decide to follow in his owner's footsteps.
Now I
and
understand.
to kill people. His first victim was the boy that had corrupted him and left him alone. Laughing Jack has all sorts of art and cosplays dedicated to him. He would be a rather popular figure in the early creepypasta community. The story of a murderous clown is nothing new, but at least it is unique in its origins. There are only 2 stories, so there's not much more to say about it overall. There is a section in the first story that really caught my attention. It's during a dream sequence from the mom of the new victim of Laughing Jack. She sees a carnival in her dream, but it's full of the cries of children, all of which were victims of Laughing Jack. They are forever trapped at his carnival. Thank you, friends, for making it to the end of another video.
Thank you for
Let
making
me know
it.
which topics I should cover next, and what is your favorite creepypasta entity or your first creepypasta entity? As always, I want to give a big thank you to my Patreon supporters: Victor Estrada, Nora Kingsley, Memtendo, Scott with a Name, Miriam Reyes, Joe Gillespie, Austin Henshaw.
It was cool, but also it was very long. So let me know if you like this long form of videos for me to like react to. When I was younger, I used to think that Russian sleep was real, and maybe it took years until I found out it was a creepypasta. Yeah, but it was made in like the 40s. It was great, don't worry. Okay, thank you. I will never forget the time a haunted zombie train ride, Tweetsy picture, a security camera screen. It was just on the rake was literally just a rake picture. Oh. Wait, no. What do you mean, Tweetsy? You mean the oh, what was it called? What was it called? Russian sleep experiment. Content 2025, thank you. I'm scared of a rake, terrified, waking up in the middle of the night. Almost swear the pick of Jeff Killer is modified version of Marlon Manson pick. Break is bound always around my faves. What you gonna do now? Or what you gonna watch now? I'm probably gonna be heading out actually. Yeah, I'm gonna go in right on out because I'm a bit tired. All right, and I do want to. Yeah, thank you, Dream. Thank you for modding. Ooh. We got some people to watch. Watch them. Hey, I know. We'll rate in somebody who I met at TwitchCon. That'll be a perfect time. Yeah, we met them on the way to the horror type, the horror VTuber, not horror VTuber, the horror section. Yeah. We're gonna be rating on out. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow I am not gonna be doing anything, but Thursday, I'm kind of hoping for something new. I don't know. Anyways, take care and have a good night. Bye bye.